Am I AITA for reading bedtime stories to my stepson, despite his bio mom saying I'm overstepping? I, 32-year-old female, have been married to my husband Jake, 35-year-old male, for 2 years. He has a son, Leo, 6-year-old male, from his previous marriage to Claire, 33-year-old female. They divorced when Leo was 3, and we have 50-50 custody. When Leo first started staying with us, he had trouble sleeping. He'd cry for his mom and struggle with the transition. I started reading him bedtime stories to help him settle down. Nothing fancy, just kids' books from the library. It worked really well. He'd pick out books during the day and look forward to story time at night. Over the past 2 years, this became our routine. Leo gets excited about story time, requests specific books, and often falls asleep peacefully during reading. Jake and I both feel it's been positive for Leo's adjustment and our bonding. Last month, Claire found out about the bedtime stories, Leo mentioned them, and called Jake furious. She said I'm playing mommy, overstepping boundaries, and confusing Leo about who his real mother is. She demanded I stop reading to him immediately because bedtime routines are a mother's job, and my involvement is inappropriate. Jake defended me, saying, I'm Leo's stepmother, and it's natural for me to participate in bedtime routines. Claire threatened to take us back to court to modify custody if I don't stop. Now Claire sends Leo with specific instructions that only Jake can do bedtime, not me. Leo asked why I don't read anymore, and seemed hurt when I explained his mom wanted Daddy to do it instead. Jake says we should ignore Claire's demands and continue as normal since it benefits Leo. My mom says I should respect Claire's wishes as the biological mother. My best friend says Claire is being controlling and insecure. I miss our story time, and I can tell Leo does too, but I don't want to cause custody issues. Am I AITA for wanting to continue reading bedtime stories despite Claire's objections? Some additional context that might matter. Claire has primary decision-making in the custody agreement for major decisions, but daily routines at each house aren't specifically outlined. Jake and I have tried to be respectful of Claire's role. I've never asked Leo to call me mom. We include Claire in school events, and we follow her preferences on things like diet and screen time. But Claire has always been somewhat territorial. When we got engaged, she told Jake I shouldn't attend Leo's parent-teacher conferences. When I took Leo to the pediatrician for a minor sick visit, with Jake's permission, she filed a complaint saying I had no right to medical decisions. She's blocked me on all social media and has told mutual friends I'm trying to replace her. Jake's family thinks Claire is being unreasonable and that I'm part of Leo's family now, so participating in routines is normal. But my sister pointed out that if the roles were reversed, if Jake had remarried and his new wife was doing special bedtime routines with my biological child, I might feel territorial too. The thing is, I'm not trying to replace Claire or make Leo call me mom. I genuinely just enjoy reading to him, and it helps him sleep. He's specifically requested that I read to him again, which breaks my heart to refuse. Jake suggested we ask the family therapist we've been seeing. Both families attend co-parenting counseling. But Claire refused to discuss it in session, saying, there's nothing to discuss, she needs to stop. I even offered compromises. What if I read to him only on non-school nights? What if Claire approves the books first? What if we do story time earlier in the evening instead of right before bed? Claire rejected all of it, saying any reading to Leo from me is crossing a line. Jake is frustrated and wants to go back to court to clarify that each parent can structure their household routines as they see fit. I'm worried this will escalate tensions and ultimately hurt Leo. Last week, Leo asked me directly, why doesn't Claire want you to read to me? Did I do something wrong? I didn't know how to answer without making Claire look bad or making Leo feel guilty. So, am I AITA? Should I respect Claire's boundary even though it seems arbitrary and hurts Leo? Or should I continue the bedtime stories since they benefit my stepson and happen in our home during our custody time? Edit. Based on comments, I should clarify a few things people are asking about. Yes, Jake does still read to Leo on the nights I don't. Leo just preferred when we alternated, or sometimes I'd read while Jake was finishing cleanup. No, Claire doesn't have a bedtime routine she does that I'm copying. Leo has mentioned she usually lets him fall asleep watching TV at her house. The family therapist has suggested that Leo benefits from consistent, loving care from all parental figures, and that reading isn't inherently a mother-only activity. But Claire disagreed with that assessment. We did try just having Jake do all bedtime for 2 weeks to see if it helped the situation, but Leo kept asking for me and seemed confused about why the routine changed. Several people asked if Claire's issue is specifically about bedtime or about me being involved with Leo generally. Based on past conflicts, the doctor visit, school events, etc., I think it's more general. She seems to want to limit my role in Leo's life as much as possible, and bedtime is just the current battle. Someone asked if Claire has a partner. Yes, she's been dating someone for about a year, and he's met Leo several times. I don't know if he does bedtime routines. The custody agreement says we each have parenting time, but doesn't specify who can participate in routines. It does say Claire has final say on major decisions regarding education, religion, and medical care. But I don't think bedtime stories fall under those categories. Update. We had a mediation session yesterday and things got heated. Claire brought documentation of every time I've been involved in Leo's care. Doctor visits, school pickups, even the books I've read to him. She argued I'm systematically undermining her parental authority and that Leo is becoming confused about family roles. The mediator asked Leo, in an age-appropriate way, about his feelings. Leo said he likes when I read to him. It helps him not be scared at night, and he doesn't understand why it's a problem. Claire became very emotional and said seeing how attached Leo is to me is painful and makes her feel replaced. The mediator acknowledged her feelings, but noted that Leo having a positive relationship with me is actually beneficial for him. We reached a temporary compromise. I can continue bedtime routines including reading, but we'll all work on language that reinforces Claire's role as mom. The mediator also recommended Claire work individually on her feelings about the divorce and co-parenting. Claire left the session upset but didn't explicitly refuse the compromise. Jake feels like we stood up for what's right for Leo. I feel relieved but also sad that something as simple as reading books became such a huge conflict. So, final verdict. NTA according to the mediator and therapist, but I still feel guilty about how much this has hurt Claire. Am I they for banning my in-laws from babysitting after they kept giving my son screen time against my rules? I, 31-year-old female, have a 4-year-old son, Oliver, with my husband, Ryan, 33-year-old male. We have very limited screen time rules. No tablets or phones, and TV only on weekend mornings for 1 hour of educational content. We decided this based on pediatric recommendations, and because we've seen how addictive screens can be for young kids. Ryan's parents, Tom and Susan, both 60s, think our rules are ridiculous and too strict. They constantly make comments about how kids need to learn technology, and how we're setting Oliver up to be behind his peers. They babysit Oliver 1 afternoon per week while I work and Ryan has late meetings. We've repeatedly asked them to follow our screen time rules during babysitting. They agree, then ignore us. I've caught them multiple times giving Oliver tablets or letting him watch TV for hours. Each time they apologize and promise to follow our rules, then do it again within weeks. Last week, I came to pick up Oliver early and found him watching YouTube on Susan's tablet, unsupervised, and the video content was definitely not age-appropriate. Violent video game footage, not kids' content. Oliver was glued to the screen and didn't even notice me come in. I was furious. I told Tom and Susan they're no longer allowed to babysit Oliver unsupervised. Susan started crying, and Tom said I'm being tyrannical about screens and punishing them for caring about their grandson. Ryan supports my decision, but his extended family is calling me controlling and saying I'm keeping Oliver from his grandparents over a minor disagreement. Am I they? I want to provide more context because the comments are asking about specifics. Our screen time rules aren't arbitrary. We researched this extensively before Oliver was born. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends minimal screen time for young children due to impacts on development, attention span, and behavior. We decided on no personal devices, tablets, phones, until he's older. 1 hour of educational TV, PBS Kids, etc., on weekend mornings. No YouTube at all, too much unmoderated content and algorithm issues. Special exceptions for video calls with distant family. We're not completely anti-screen, we just want to control the amount and content while he's young. Tom and Susan think this is paranoid and overprotective. They've said things like, "We raised 3 kids with TV and they turned out fine. All his friends probably have tablets. You're making him weird by isolating him from technology. A little screen time never hurt anyone." The first violation happened about 6 months ago. I picked up Oliver and he immediately asked me for Grandma's tablet to play games. When I asked Susan about it, she admitted she'd let him play educational games for just 20 minutes, but it was no big deal. I explained our rules again and asked her to follow them. She said she would. The second violation was 2 months later. Ryan's sister was visiting and mentioned that she saw Oliver watching Paw Patrol at Tom and Susan's house for a while. When I asked how long, she said, "Maybe 2 hours?" When I confronted Susan, she said Oliver had a tantrum and TV was the only thing that calmed him down. And wasn't it better to use a parenting tool that works rather than let him cry? I said we'd rather her call us to pick him up early than use screens as a babysitter. She apologized and promised again. The third violation, last week, was the worst. I came to pick up Oliver 30 minutes early because my meeting ended early. The front door was unlocked, which is another safety issue, and I walked in to find Oliver on the couch with Susan's tablet, watching YouTube completely unsupervised. Tom and Susan were in the kitchen having coffee and not even checking what he was watching. The video was some YouTuber playing a violent video game, shooting, explosions, with lots of inappropriate language. Oliver is 4. When I took the tablet away, Oliver had a complete meltdown, crying, begging for it back, throwing himself on the floor. This is not how he normally behaves. It was like watching a kid having withdrawal from an addiction. Susan said defensively, "He loves those videos. He asks for them every time he's here." That's when I realized this wasn't a one-time thing. They'd been regularly giving him unsupervised YouTube access, and he'd become dependent on it. I immediately said they wouldn't be babysitting anymore. Tom said I was overreacting. Susan cried and said I was taking away their time with their grandson. Ryan came to pick us up. I called him from Tom and Susan's house, and when I explained what happened, he was livid. He'd been more lenient about his parents' violations than I was, but unsupervised YouTube crossed a line for him too. We left. Tom and Susan have been texting and calling constantly saying, "They're sorry, but I'm being too harsh." They didn't realize it was such a big deal. They promise they'll really follow the rules this time. I'm keeping Oliver from family over something silly. But here's the thing. They've promised before, multiple times, and they keep breaking their promises. How can I trust them now? Ryan's siblings are divided. His sister understands our position. She has similar screen time rules for her kids. His brother thinks we're being ridiculous and that kids watch TV, get over it. Ryan's extended family is mostly on Tom and Susan's side. At a family dinner last weekend, which we attended but left Oliver with my parents, multiple relatives told me I'm being too controlling, that I'm punishing Tom and Susan too harshly, and that our screen time rules are unrealistic and damaging to Oliver. One aunt said, "You're going to make him obsessed with screens by restricting them so much. He'll go crazy with them when he's older." Another uncle said, This is why kids today are so soft. Parents are too afraid to let them do anything. Ryan's dad sent a long email saying he and Susan respect our parenting, but they made a mistake, and asking for one more chance to prove they can follow our rules. But they've had multiple chances. Each time they apologize and promise to change, then do it again. My parents are on my side. They also babysit Oliver occasionally and have never violated our rules once. It's clearly possible to follow our requests, but I'm starting to doubt myself. Am I being too rigid? Should I give them another chance? Is keeping Oliver from his grandparents too harsh a consequence? Edit. Ryan's parents showed up at our house unannounced yesterday and it got ugly. After my original post, Ryan and I discussed next steps. We agreed we'd be willing to let Tom and Susan see Oliver again, but only with us present, no babysitting, until they could prove they'd respect our rules. Ryan called his parents to explain this. They seemed to accept it, though Susan cried on the phone. Yesterday afternoon I was home with Oliver. Ryan was at work, when Tom and Susan showed up unannounced. They had a wrapped present for Oliver, a tablet. I didn't even let them in the door. I said, "You cannot give Oliver a tablet. That directly violates our screen time rules." Tom said, "He's going to need one eventually. All kids have them. We thought we'd get him started with one that has parental controls." I said, "We've been clear that he's not getting a personal device until he's older. You showing up with a tablet after everything that's happened shows you still don't respect our rules." Susan started crying and said I'm being cruel and keeping them from their grandson over nothing. She tried to hand me the present, saying, "Just give it to him when you think he's ready then." I refused to take it. I said, "I'm not accepting a tablet for my 4-year-old. Please leave." Tom got angry. He said, "You're turning our son against us. You've brainwashed Ryan into thinking screens are evil. You're ruining our relationship with our grandson." I said, "You're ruining your relationship by repeatedly disrespecting our parenting decisions. Now please leave, or I'll call Ryan." Susan said through tears, "We miss him so much. We just want to spend time with him. We promise we'll follow your rules." But they were standing there with a tablet they'd bought him after we'd banned them from babysitting for screen time violations. How is that respecting our rules? I closed the door. They stood on the porch for another few minutes. I could hear Susan crying. Then they finally left. Ryan came home an hour later. I told him what happened. He was furious and immediately called his parents. I could hear Tom yelling through the phone, saying we're destroying the family, and we're going to regret this. Ryan told them they need to respect our boundaries or they won't see Oliver at all. Tom hung up on him. Update. Ryan's family is now planning an intervention, and I don't know what to do. Ryan's sister called him last night to give us a heads up. The extended family is planning an intervention at Tom and Susan's house this weekend to talk sense into us about the screen time situation. Apparently, Tom and Susan have been telling everyone that I'm controlling, that I'm keeping Oliver isolated, and that I'm destroying his relationship with his grandparents over tablets. They've convinced most of the family that our screen time rules are abusive and neglectful, and that Oliver is being developmentally damaged by not having access to technology. Ryan's sister said the intervention is scheduled for Sunday. The whole extended family will be there. Grandparents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins. They're planning to stage a united front to convince us to change our rules and let Tom and Susan babysit again. Ryan is furious. He says we're not going to the intervention and that his family is way out of line. But I'm worried about what this means for our long-term relationship with them. His sister also warned us that Tom and Susan are considering grandparents' rights legal action. In our state, grandparents can petition for visitation rights under certain circumstances. A lawyer friend told Ryan that they probably don't have a case since we're not denying all contact, just unsupervised babysitting. but the fact that they're even considering it is terrifying. I'm also worried about Oliver. He's started asking why he doesn't go to Grandma and Grandpa's house anymore. We've tried to explain in age-appropriate terms that Grandma and Grandpa need to follow our family rules, but he's 4 and doesn't fully understand. My parents suggested we compromise, maybe supervised visits at our house where we can monitor screen time. But Ryan says that rewards Tom and Susan's bad behavior and doesn't hold them accountable. I don't know what's right anymore. I thought we were making a reasonable boundary about our child's screen time, but somehow it's exploded into a family war where people are threatening legal action and planning interventions. Am I the asshole? Are we handling this wrong? Should we compromise to keep family peace? Or are we right to hold firm on boundaries, even when it's causing this much family drama? Am I the AITA for meal prepping every Sunday even though my boyfriend says it makes our apartment unlivable? I, 29-year-old female, have been meal prepping every Sunday for the past 3 years. I cook all my breakfasts, lunches, and dinners for the week in one 6 to 8 hour session. It saves me time, helps me eat healthier, and keeps me on track with my fitness goals. My boyfriend, Carter, 31-year-old male, moved in with me 5 months ago. He knew I meal prep. He'd seen me do it many times when we were dating. He said it was impressive and so organized. Now he's saying my Sunday meal prep sessions make the apartment unlivable and demanding I either stop or drastically reduce the scope. His complaints. 1. The kitchen is completely occupied for 6 to 8 hours, so he can't cook or even make a sandwich. 2. The apartment smells intensely of whatever I'm cooking. Last Sunday was curry, fish, and roasted vegetables. 3. Every surface is covered with containers, ingredients, and cooking equipment. 4. The noise of chopping, blenders, and timers going off constantly is disruptive. 5. I'm unavailable all day Sunday because I'm focused on cooking. I've tried some compromises. I cook with windows open, I clean as I go, I try to do quieter tasks during times he wants to relax. But he says it's still too much, and wants me to either meal prep smaller amounts multiple times per week or just cook fresh daily like normal people. But cooking fresh daily defeats the entire purpose. I work 50+ hours per week in a demanding job. Meal prep is how I stay healthy without spending an hour cooking every night. Carter says I'm being inflexible and treating our shared space like my personal restaurant kitchen. Am I the AITA? I should clarify what my meal prep actually looks like, because I think people are picturing different scales. On a typical Sunday, I prepare 7 breakfasts, usually egg muffins, overnight oats, or breakfast burritos. 7 lunches, usually grain bowls, salads with protein, or soup. 7 dinners, usually a protein, vegetable, and carb combo. Snacks, cut vegetables, portioned nuts, energy balls, etc. This means I'm cooking approximately 21 to 25 meals in one day. To do this, I use every burner on the stove simultaneously. 1 pot with chicken, 1 with rice, 1 with vegetables, 1 with hard-boiled eggs. I have multiple things in the oven at once. I'm using the Instant Pot, the blender, the food processor. Every counter is covered with cutting boards, ingredient containers, and meal prep containers. Carter's specific complaints with examples. Last Sunday, I made breakfast, egg and spinach muffins, smell, eggs cooking. Lunch, Mediterranean chicken bowls, smell, garlic, lemon, roasted vegetables. Dinner, baked salmon with roasted broccoli and quinoa, smell, fish. Snacks, no-bake peanut butter energy balls, smell, peanut butter. Carter said the fish smell lingered for 2 days and made him nauseous. He said he couldn't use the kitchen from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., so he had to order food delivery for all his meals that day. He's upset about spending money on delivery when we have a perfectly good kitchen. The Sunday before, I made curry. The smell was very strong. Turmeric, cumin, curry powder. Carter said it was overwhelming and gave him a headache. He spent most of the day in our bedroom with the door closed to escape the smell. About the noise. I use a high-powered blender for smoothie prep and sauces. It's very loud. I also chop a lot of vegetables. I'm prepping for 21 meals, so there's a lot of chopping. Carter says the constant noise of chopping and blending is like living in a restaurant kitchen, and he can't relax or watch TV. About kitchen access. Our apartment has a galley kitchen, small, one-person space. When I'm meal prepping, there's genuinely no room for anyone else. All counter space is occupied. The sink is full of dishes waiting to be washed. Carter can't even get to the refrigerator easily because I have ingredients and containers everywhere. Last Sunday, he wanted to make a sandwich around 2 p.m. He asked if he could quickly use the counter space. I said I needed another 20 minutes to finish portioning the current batch, then he could use it. He got frustrated and said, "I just want to make a sandwich in my own home. I shouldn't have to wait 20 minutes. About my unavailability. Carter is right that I'm very focused during meal prep. I'm following multiple timers, switching between tasks, trying to optimize efficiency. When he tries to talk to me, I'm often distracted or ask him to wait because I need to flip something or take something out of the oven. Last Sunday, he wanted to show me a funny video. I said, "Can you show me later? I need to watch these egg muffins so they don't overcook." He got upset and said I'm treating him like an interruption. Carter's proposed solutions. 1. Meal prep twice per week, Wednesday and Sunday, for shorter sessions. 2. Only meal prep lunches, cook dinners fresh daily. 3. Do meal prep at someone else's house. 4. Scale back to 3 to 4 days of meals instead of a full week. My perspective on each. 1. Meal prepping twice per week would mean 2 days of kitchen takeover instead of 1. How is that better? 2. Cooking dinners fresh daily would mean I'm cooking every evening after a long workday, which defeats the purpose of meal prep. 3. I don't know anyone who'd let me take over their kitchen for 8 hours every Sunday. 4. Prepping for only 3 to 4 days means I'd need to cook fresh or prep again mid-week, which again defeats the purpose. Carter says I'm being rigid and unwilling to compromise on something that affects our shared living space. He says he didn't realize how invasive meal prep would be when he moved in. I counter that he knew I meal prepped, saw me do it multiple times, and chose to move in. This is who I am and how I manage my health and nutrition. My best friend, who also meal preps, says Carter is being unreasonable and that lots of people meal prep successfully in shared spaces. She says he needs to adapt. But Carter's brother said I'm taking over the apartment 1 day per week and not considering Carter's needs. He said if I want to cook for 8 hours straight, I should rent commercial kitchen space. My sister is divided. She says I have the right to use my own kitchen, but also that 8 hours is genuinely a long time to monopolize shared space, and maybe I should find a middle ground. Am I the asshole? Is meal prepping in a shared apartment inherently selfish? Should I be doing something differently? Edit. Carter came home with a solution, and I'm honestly insulted. After my original post, Carter said he'd been doing research and had a solution to our problem. He showed me a printout of a meal prep service, one of those companies that delivers pre-portioned ingredients and recipes. He said, "What if you used one of these services instead of doing all this cooking? You'd still get your healthy meals, but without taking over the apartment every Sunday." I stared at him. Those services cost $60 to $100+ per week. I currently spend about $80 per week on groceries for all my meals. He wanted me to double my food budget and give up the actual cooking, which I enjoy, to make him more comfortable. I said, "That's way more expensive, and I wouldn't even be cooking. I'd just be reheating. That defeats the entire point." He said, "The point is having healthy meals ready, right? This way you get that without disrupting my Sunday." I said, "Your Sunday? This is my apartment that I've lived in for 4 years. You moved in 5 months ago." That escalated into a fight about whether it's my apartment or our apartment, now that he lives here and pays rent. He pays 40% of rent since he moved into my place and I make more money. Carter said if he's paying rent, he should have equal say in how shared spaces are used. I said, paying rent doesn't mean he gets to veto my established routines. He then admitted something. His ex-girlfriend was a health nut who was obsessive about food and exercise, and it was exhausting. He said watching me meal prep every Sunday reminds him of her, and it's triggering his anxiety about dating someone too focused on health and fitness. I was shocked. This wasn't really about the logistics of kitchen space or smells. He has deeper issues about my health habits that he's projecting onto the meal prep situation. I asked why he didn't tell me this before. He said he thought he could handle it, but the constant weekly reminder of my food obsession, his words, is harder than he expected. I told him I'm not obsessed. I'm organized and health conscious. There's a difference. He said it doesn't feel different to him. Update. Carter accused me of having an eating disorder, and now I don't know if we can come back from this. After the meal prep service argument, things got worse. Yesterday, Carter sat me down and said he's concerned about my relationship with food and thinks I should talk to someone about whether my meal prep is actually healthy or a form of control. He'd apparently been researching eating disorders online, specifically orthorexia, obsession with healthy eating, and decided I fit the criteria because I plan all my meals in advance, weigh and portion all my food, rarely eat spontaneously or go to restaurants, get anxious if I can't stick to my meal plan, spend significant time thinking about and preparing food. I was furious. I said, I'm a fitness enthusiast with specific health goals. That's not a disorder. That's discipline. He said the fact that I'm defensive about it is a sign that there might be a problem. He showed me articles about orthorexia and pointed to passages he'd highlighted. I told him he's not a therapist and has no right to diagnose me with anything. I said my meal prep is about efficiency and health, not obsession. He said, you can't spontaneously go out to dinner. You can't take a weekend trip without bringing containers of pre-cooked food. You meal prep even when you're sick or exhausted. That's not normal. And honestly, some of what he said made me uncomfortable. I do get anxious about deviating from my meal plan. I did bring meal prep containers on our last vacation. I don't often eat out because it's hard to track macros. But those are choices, not symptoms of a disorder, right? I called my sister after Carter went to work. She said, look, I love you, but he might have a tiny point. You've turned down family dinners because they didn't fit your meal plan. You brought Tupperware to Mom's Thanksgiving. Maybe it's worth at least thinking about whether you're a little too rigid? Now I'm spiraling. Is my meal prep healthy discipline, or is it actually an unhealthy level of control? Is Carter concerned about me, or looking for an excuse to get me to stop doing something that inconveniences him? I don't know if Carter and I can come back from him essentially calling me disordered. Even if there's some truth to his concern, the way he brought it up felt like an attack, not support. We're supposed to talk tonight. I don't know what to say. Do I defend my meal prep as healthy? Do I consider whether I've taken it too far? Do I tell him to leave if he can't accept how I eat? Am I the for meal prepping? Or has this revealed deeper incompatibilities between Carter and me about health, food, and lifestyle? I genuinely don't know anymore. Am I the A for refusing to meet the child conceived with my donated eggs after my family found out I was a donor? I, 37-year-old female, donated my eggs when I was 23 to help pay for graduate school. I went through an agency, was compensated, and was told the arrangement would be anonymous. I donated 3 times over 2 years, then moved on with my life. I'm now married to David, 40-year-old male, with 3 children. Mason, 9-year-old male, Emma, 7-year-old female, and Luke, 5-year-old male. I never told David about the egg donations. It was before we met. The children aren't biologically mine in any meaningful sense, and it felt like irrelevant ancient history. Last month, I received a message through the egg donation agency. A 14-year-old girl named Kira was conceived with my eggs. New laws in our state now allow donor-conceived children to access donor information at 14 if they choose. Kira wants to meet me. The agency gave me Kira's letter. She wrote that she's always wondered about her egg donor mother, that she looks nothing like her parents, both recipients, and that she has questions about medical history, personality traits, and where she comes from. She said meeting me would help her feel complete. I panicked and told David everything. He was shocked I'd never mentioned the donations and hurt I'd kept this secret for 14 years. But he was more concerned about what meeting Kira would mean for our kids. David said if I meet Kira, I'm opening a door we can't close. Our children would learn they have a biological half-sibling. Kira might want ongoing relationship. It could confuse our kids about family, biology, and what it means that I gave away genetic material that became a person. I wrote back to Kira through the agency, explaining that I appreciated her letter, but I'm not able to have a relationship with her. I offered to provide medical history through the agency, but said meeting wouldn't be possible because I have a family who doesn't know about the donations, and introducing her would be too disruptive. Kira's parents responded furiously. They said I took their money for my eggs, and now I'm refusing basic human decency to the child created from them. They said Kira is devastated and feels rejected by her biological mother. My best friend says I'm being cruel to a teenager going through identity struggles. David supports my decision, but admits he's uncomfortable with the whole situation. The agency counselor says donor-conceived children often struggle with identity, and that meeting donors can be therapeutic. AITA for refusing to meet the child conceived from my donated eggs? Update. I thought this was settled, but Kira found me on social media, and the situation has spiraled completely out of my control. 3 days after my original post, Kira sent me a friend request on Facebook using her full name. My profile is public and shows photos of my family. She sent a message. I know you said no through the agency, but I just want to meet you once. Please. I look just like you, and I need to understand where I come from. Before I could respond, my daughter Emma saw the message notification on my phone. She asked who Kira was. I froze. Emma read enough of the message to ask, "Why does she say she looks like you?" I had to tell my 7-year-old that I donated eggs before I met Daddy, and that a girl was born from those eggs. Emma asked, "So she's my sister?" I tried to explain that Kira is not her sister. She has different parents. We just share some DNA. Emma started crying, saying she wanted to meet her sister and why was I hiding her. David came home to chaos. Emma was crying about the secret sister. Mason overheard and had questions, and I was having a panic attack. David was furious, not at me, but at Kira for contacting me directly after I'd said no through official channels. Then it got worse. Kira's parents called our house. They'd apparently helped her find me online. Kira's father said I'd traumatized their daughter by rejecting her, and that the least I could do was meet her once to provide closure. David told them to stop contacting us or we'd pursue a restraining order. They said we were being cruel to a child struggling with her identity. The next day, Kira showed up at my house. She'd somehow found our address, possibly through public records or social media location tags. She knocked on the door while I was home alone with the kids. When I answered, she said, "Please, I just need 5 minutes." She looked exactly like Emma. Same eyes, same smile, same mannerisms. It was like looking at my daughter in 7 years. I told her she couldn't be there, that she needed to go through the agency, and that showing up at my house was inappropriate. She started crying, saying she'd traveled 2 hours on a bus without telling her parents because she had to see me. I let her inside. I couldn't leave a 14-year-old crying on my porch, and called her parents to pick her up. While we waited, Kira talked non-stop. She showed me photos of herself at different ages, pointed out features we share, and asked rapid-fire questions. What's your medical history? Are you good at math? Do you have anxiety? What's your ancestry? Mason and Emma watched from the stairs. Mason asked, "Is that our sister?" Kira's face lit up and she said, "I guess I kind of am." I said firmly, "No, you're not." The look on Kira's face, devastation, rejection, hurt, will haunt me forever. Final update. The situation has resolved in a way that's messy, painful, and has no clear right answer, but we've found an imperfect peace. After Kira's parents picked her up from my house, they threatened legal action for emotional distress caused by my rejection. My lawyer said they had no case. Egg donation agreements don't create parental obligations, but the threat was terrifying anyway. Meanwhile, my children wouldn't let it go. Emma kept asking about the girl who looks like us. Mason Googled egg donation and came to me with questions about biology and why I gave away a baby. I had to explain, age appropriately, that I didn't give away a baby. I donated cells that helped another family have a baby they desperately wanted. The children Kira's parents had would be my kid's biological half-sibling in terms of DNA, but not in terms of family. Emma asked the question that broke me. If you gave away eggs that made her, does that mean you could give us away too? That's when I realized my refusal to acknowledge Kira was creating more harm than meeting her ever could. My kids were now afraid of being given away because they couldn't understand the difference between donation and abandonment. I called Kira's parents and proposed a compromise. One meeting, supervised, with clear boundaries. I'd answer Kira's medical and genetic questions, meet her briefly so she could see me and get closure, and then we'd maintain minimal contact, perhaps annual updates but no ongoing relationship. The meeting happened last week with both families present and a counselor mediating. Kira brought a list of 47 questions. We spent 2 hours going through them. Medical history? I have anxiety. My father had diabetes. My grandmother had breast cancer at 60. Talents? I'm musical but not athletic. I'm good at languages. Why did I donate? I needed money and wanted to help people who couldn't have children. Did I think about her over the years? Honestly, no. I thought about the donation as a medical procedure, not as children being born. That last answer hurt Kira, but her therapist had told her she needed to hear the truth. Most egg donors don't think of the donations as creating children they have relationships with. Then Kira asked, "Do you wish you'd never donated, now that it's complicated?" I said honestly, "No. Because you exist, and your parents love you, and that's a good thing. But I wish the laws had been different so you didn't expect a relationship I can't provide." Kira's mother, the woman who carried and raised her, spoke up. She said, "Kira, I know you've been searching for something in your donor, but I'm your mother. The woman who gives you DNA isn't the same as the woman who raises you." Kira started crying and said, "I know you're my real mom, but I look nothing like you, and I needed to know where my face came from." That's when I understood. Kira wasn't looking for another mother. She was looking for an explanation for why she looked so different from her family. We established new boundaries. I'd provide annual medical updates through the agency. Kira could send 1 letter per year with questions, which I'd answer. We'd have no in-person contact unless Kira requested it when she turned 18. My children are adjusting. Emma understands better now that Kira is someone who shares some of Mom's DNA but has her own family. Mason is fascinated by genetics and has been researching heredity for a school project. David is still processing his feelings about my secrecy. We're in couples counseling addressing why I didn't tell him and what it means that I kept such a significant part of my history hidden. Here's what I've learned. Egg donation seems simple when you're 23 and need money. You sign papers, go through procedures, get paid, and assume it's over. But those eggs become people. People with feelings, identities, and questions. The laws changed because donor-conceived children deserve access to their genetic origins. That's fair. But it creates complicated situations for donors who never intended to be findable, who built families without disclosing donations, and who now have to navigate relationships they never anticipated. Kira isn't my daughter, but she's not a stranger either. She's someone I helped create through a medical donation, who shares my DNA, and who deserves answers about her genetic heritage. We're all doing the best we can with a situation that has no roadmap. Kira is getting the medical information and genetic context she needs. My children understand the complexity of biological versus family relationships, and I'm learning that choices I made at 23 have ripple effects I never imagined. It's not a happy ending, but it's an honest one. And sometimes that's all complicated situations allow. AITA for refusing to quit ultra-marathon training even though my boyfriend says it's ruining our relationship. I, 34-year-old female, am an ultra-marathon runner. I run races ranging from 50 kilometers to 100 miles. Training requires 60 to 80 miles per week plus strength training, totaling 15 to 20 hours of weekly training time. My boyfriend Marcus, 36-year-old male, says my training schedule has completely taken over our lives and is demanding I either quit ultra running entirely or scale back to normal marathons with less intense training. His complaints. 1. I wake up at 4:30 a.m. for morning runs. Alarm wakes him. I'm gone for 1 to 2 hours. 2. I run again after work, another 1 to 2 hours, meaning I'm not home until 7 to 8 p.m. 3. Weekend long runs take 6 to 12 hours including drive time to trails. 4. My diet is very specific. High carb, timed meals, lots of meal prep. 5. I go to bed at 8:30 p.m. to get adequate recovery sleep. 6. I'm constantly doing laundry, sweaty running clothes daily. 7. I'm often injured or exhausted, which affects my mood and availability. I've tried explaining this is my passion and identity. I've been running ultras for 5 years, long before we met. I'm training for a 100-miler in 4 months that I've dreamed of completing. Marcus says he didn't understand the extent of it when we started dating 18 months ago. He thought I was just really into running, but didn't realize it would mean I'm essentially unavailable 20-plus hours per week and exhausted the rest of the time. Last week he said, "It's me or the running. I can't keep living with a ghost who's either gone, sleeping, or too tired to function." My running friends say Marcus is unsupportive, and I deserve a partner who understands my passion. Marcus's friends say I'm obsessed and treating running like a full-time job while neglecting my relationship. Am I the? I should clarify what ultramarathon training actually looks like in practice, because I think Marcus has valid concerns I initially downplayed. About my training volume. My current training plan for the 100-mile race includes Monday, 10 miles easy, 1.5 hours. Tuesday, 8 miles with hill repeats, 1.5 hours, plus strength training, 45 minutes. Wednesday, 12 miles moderate pace, 2 hours. Thursday, 6 miles recovery, 1 hour, plus core work, 30 minutes. Friday, rest day, stretching foam rolling only. Saturday, long run 20 to 35 miles, 4 to 8 hours depending on week. Sunday, recovery run 8 to 10 miles, 1.5 hours. Total, 65 to 80 miles per week, 15 to 20 hours of training time, not including getting dressed, showering, changing, 30 to 45 minutes per session. Driving to trailheads for long runs, 1 to 2 hours round trip. Pre-run meals and post-run recovery meals, 30 to 45 minutes. Injury prevention, stretching, foam rolling, ice baths, 1 hour daily. So realistically, running consumes 25 to 30 hours of my week when you include all the auxiliary activities. About our daily schedule. Marcus works a normal 9 to 5 office job. His schedule: wake, 7 a.m., work, 9 a.m., 5 p.m., home, 5:30 p.m., bedtime, 11 p.m. My schedule: wake, 4:15 a.m. for morning run, 4:45 to 6:30 a.m., including getting ready, showering. Work, 8 a.m., 5 p.m., I work from home. Afternoon run, training, 5:30, 7:30 p.m. Dinner, 7:30 to 8 p.m. Bedtime, 8:30 p.m. Marcus comes home at 5:30 p.m. expecting to spend the evening together, but I'm leaving for my afternoon run. By the time I'm home, showered, and eating dinner, it's 8 p.m., and I need to be in bed by 8:30 p.m. for adequate sleep. This means we have approximately 30 minutes of overlap time per day on weekdays. About weekends. Saturday is my long run day. Depending on training week. Leave house, 5-6 a.m. Drive to trailhead, 30 to 60 minutes. Run, 4 to 8 hours. Drive home, 30 to 60 minutes. Arrive home, 11 a.m., 4 p.m. Recovery, eat, shower, ice bath, nap, 2 to 3 hours. By the time I'm functional after a long run, it's often 3 to 7 p.m. I'm exhausted and usually in pain. I eat a large meal and often fall asleep on the couch by 8 p.m. Sunday, I do a shorter recovery run, 1.5 hours, but I'm still sore and tired from Saturday's effort. Marcus is right that we essentially have zero quality weekend time together. About my availability. Marcus says he feels like he lives alone. Examples. Last month was his birthday. He wanted to go to dinner and a concert. Band he loves, tickets were expensive. The concert ran until 11 p.m. I said I couldn't go because I had a 30-mile training run the next morning and needed to be in bed early. He went alone. He was hurt and said, "You can't take one night off for my birthday?" 2 months ago, his college friends were visiting and wanted to go bar hopping Friday night. I declined because I had a 25-mile run Saturday morning. Marcus went without me. His friends asked him, "Where's your girlfriend?" He told me later he was embarrassed, explaining I was home sleeping at 8:30 p.m. on a Friday. Last month, his mom invited us for Sunday brunch at 11 a.m. I'd done a 32-mile run Saturday morning and was completely destroyed. Legs were swollen. I could barely walk. I was nauseous from glycogen depletion. I told Marcus I couldn't go. He went alone. His mom asked if I was okay, implying she's noticed I never attend family events. Marcus said it made him look bad. Marcus has stopped inviting me to things because he knows I'll either say no or I'll go but be too tired to enjoy it. About my diet. Ultramarathon training requires significant caloric intake. I eat 3,000 to 3,500 calories daily. My meals are timed around training. Pre-morning run, simple carbs, banana, toast. Post-morning run, protein and carbs, eggs, oatmeal, fruit. Mid-morning, recovery snack. Lunch, high carb, pasta, rice, sandwiches. Pre-afternoon run, light carbs, energy bar. Post-run, protein and carbs, chicken, rice, vegetables. Dinner, more carbs and protein. I meal prep on Sundays, the few hours I'm functional, to ensure I have appropriate food ready all week. Marcus eats normally, whatever he wants, whenever he wants. But our diets are completely incompatible. He wants to eat out at restaurants. I need to control my nutrition. He wants to cook together. I'm too exhausted and my meals are already prepped. He wants spontaneous takeout. I can't deviate from my meal plan without affecting recovery. We haven't shared a meal that wasn't my pre-planned training nutrition in 6 months. About injuries and health. Ultra running is hard on the body. In the past year, I've had plantar fasciitis, 3 months of pain. IT band syndrome, 2 months of pain. Stress fracture in my foot, 6 weeks off running, chronic knee inflammation, hamstring strain, multiple toenails fallen off. Gross but normal for distance runners. When I'm injured, I'm grumpy, in pain, and obsessing about when I can run again. Marcus says I'm impossible to be around when injured because I'm so focused on getting back to training. Medical costs in the past year. Physical therapy, $1,200. Sports doctor visits, $600. Specialty running shoes, I go through 3 to 4 pairs per year, $600. Race entry fees, $800. Recovery tools, compression boots, massage gun, etc., $500. Total, $3,700. Marcus says this is an expensive hobby for someone who's not even a professional athlete. About intimacy. Marcus is right that we haven't had sex in 2 months. I'm either too tired, too sore, or have an early morning run and need to sleep. He's tried initiating and I've turned him down repeatedly. Last time he brought it up, I said, "I'm training for a 100-mile race. My body is constantly exhausted and in recovery mode. Sex isn't a priority right now." He said, "So I'm supposed to just accept a sexless relationship for how long? Until this race? Until the next race? Forever?" I said, "You're being dramatic. It's just a few months of peak training." But looking back, it's been this way for most of our relationship. Between training cycles, injuries, and recovery, I'm rarely in a place where I have energy for physical intimacy. About emotional availability. Marcus says I'm obsessed with running and can't talk about anything else. He's right that most of my mental energy goes to planning training, tracking mileage and pacing, researching gear and nutrition, reading ultra-running forums and race reports, following professional ultra-runners on social media, analyzing my training data. When Marcus tries to talk about his work, his interests, or his problems, I often zone out or steer the conversation back to running. He called me out on this last week. "I was telling you about a problem I'm having at work, and you interrupted to tell me about your tempo run. You don't actually listen to me anymore." About household responsibilities. Because I'm training so much, Marcus has taken over most household tasks. Grocery shopping, I give him my meal prep list. Cooking, for himself, since I eat my prepped meals. All cleaning, I'm too tired. All errands, I'm either running or recovering. All social planning, which I usually decline. He's essentially running the household alone while I focus on training. He's said, "I feel like your support crew, not your partner." About my defensiveness. Marcus is correct that whenever he brings up concerns about my training, I get defensive and make it about him being unsupportive. Examples. Him. "Can you skip tomorrow's run so we can have a date night?" Me. "You know I can't skip training. Would you ask me to skip work?" Him. "I miss spending time with you." Me. "You're trying to make me feel guilty for having goals and ambitions." Him. "I'm worried about how much this is costing in medical bills." Me. "So you want me to quit because of money?" That's controlling. You seem exhausted all the time. Training is hard. If you understood endurance sports, you'd get it. I frame every concern he raises as him being unsupportive of my dreams, rather than hearing his legitimate needs in the relationship. The different perspectives. My ultra-running friends, who I've confided in, say Marcus doesn't get it, and I should find a partner who shares my passion for endurance sports. They say non-runners never understand the dedication required. Marcus's brother, who I talked to at a family event, said, "You have to understand. From the outside, it looks like you're choosing running over Marcus every single day. He feels completely neglected." My sister says, "I love you, but you've become one-dimensional. All you talk about is running. When's the last time you read a book, watched a movie, or had a conversation about literally anything else?" Marcus's best friend told him, Marcus shared this with me during an argument. Dude, she's not your girlfriend anymore. She's a runner who happens to live with you. You're basically her landlord and support crew. Am I the asshole? Is Marcus being unsupportive of my athletic goals? Or am I so consumed by ultra running that I've stopped being a present partner? Edit. Marcus sat me down with a list, and I'm devastated by what I read. After my original post, Marcus asked to talk. He'd apparently been preparing for this conversation. He pulled out a handwritten list titled, "Things We Used to Do Together." The list included hiking. We used to hike together every weekend. Now I train alone. Cooking. We used to cook dinner together. Now I eat prepped meals and he eats separately. Game nights with friends. I always decline because I need sleep. Movie nights. I fall asleep within 20 minutes. Weekend trips. Impossible with my long run schedule. Concerts. Can't stay out late. Trying new restaurants. I can't deviate from my meal plan. Sex. Self-explanatory. Just talking. I'm either gone, training, or too tired. Next to each item, he'd written the date we last did it together. The most recent was 4 months ago. We hiked together once when I had a recovery week. Most were 8 to 12 months ago. Then he showed me another list. Times I've asked you to skip training for something important. The list included his birthday dinner and concert, his grandmother's 90th birthday party, his promotion celebration, our 1-year anniversary, his friend's wedding. I went but left the reception at 9 p.m. His parents' 35th anniversary dinner, Christmas Eve with his family. I left at 8 p.m. for bed. He'd asked me to adjust my training for 12 different occasions in our 18-month relationship. I'd said no to all of them, or attended but left early. Marcus said, "I'm not asking you to quit running. I'm asking you to be present in our relationship, but you can't do both. Ultra running doesn't leave room for anything or anyone else." I tried to argue, but he cut me off. "I've tried to be supportive. I've read about your sport. I've learned the terminology. I've driven you to races. I've helped with your meal prep. I've taken over the household. But it's never enough, because the running always comes first. And I'm tired of coming in second to something that's destroying your body and our relationship." Update. I went to the sports psychologist my coach recommended and learned something that's making me question everything. My running coach suggested I talk to a sports psychologist about maintaining balance during peak training. I thought it would be tips on time management. Instead, the session completely shattered my perspective. The psychologist asked about my running history. I explained I started ultra running 5 years ago after a difficult breakup. Running helped me process the pain, gave me structure, made me feel strong and capable when I'd felt broken. She asked, "Do you think you might be using running to avoid processing emotions or dealing with difficult aspects of life?" I got defensive. "I'm not avoiding anything. I'm pursuing a goal." She said, "Tell me about your relationship with Marcus. When you're with him, what do you feel?" I paused. I don't know. Guilty mostly. Guilty that I'm too tired to be a good partner. Guilty that I can't give him what he needs. Anxious that he's going to ask me to choose. She asked, "Is it easier to run than to sit with those feelings?" That question broke something open. I realized, yes, running is easier. When I'm running, I don't have to think about how I'm failing as a partner. I don't have to confront the fact that I might not want the traditional relationship Marcus wants. I don't have to admit that maybe I'm not ready for the level of commitment and presence that partnership requires. The psychologist said, "Many ultra runners use the sport as a form of emotional regulation or escape. The physical pain of running can feel more manageable than emotional pain. The clear goals and measurable progress can feel safer than the ambiguity of relationships." She asked, "If you weren't training for this race, if you had 20 hours per week back, what would you do with that time?" Honestly, the thought terrified me. Sitting still, being present with Marcus and his needs and expectations, dealing with the parts of life that can't be solved by running faster or longer. She said gently, "I think you need to ask yourself, are you running towards something or away from something?" I left that session and sat in my car for an hour. Then I called Marcus and said, "I think I've been running away from us, from intimacy, from the scary parts of being in a real relationship. And I didn't even realize it until now." He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "What are you going to do about it?" I said, "I don't know. I'm scared that if I stop running this much, I won't know who I am. But I'm also scared of losing you because I'm too afraid to figure out who I am outside of running." We're going to couples therapy. I'm also continuing individual therapy to understand why I've used running as an escape mechanism. I'm not quitting ultra running, but I'm going to defer the 100-miler and scale back my training to a level that leaves room for the relationship. Marcus said, "I don't need you to quit. I just need you to show up, to be here, to choose us sometimes, not just the running." So, I was the asshole. Not for being passionate about running, but for using running to avoid emotional intimacy and partnership. For letting Marcus become my support crew instead of my partner. For defending my training needs, when what I really needed was to face the parts of life I was running away from. If you're reading this and you've let a passion or hobby consume your entire life, ask yourself, are you pursuing something you love, or are you avoiding something you're afraid to face? Am I they for refusing to get rid of my aquariums even though my fiancé says they're ruining our home? I, 33-year-old male, have been keeping aquariums for 12 years. I currently have 9 tanks ranging from 20 to 180 gallons throughout our house. My fiancé, Morgan, 31-year-old female, moved in 4 months ago, and she's increasingly upset about the aquariums, saying they're taking over our home and creating problems she never anticipated. Her main complaints: 1. The tanks take up significant space. Our living room has 2 large tanks, 120 and 180 gallons. Our bedroom has 1, 40 gallons with the filter hum. And I've converted the spare bedroom into a fish room with 6 smaller tanks. 2. The humidity from the tanks is making the walls develop mold spots and warping the baseboards. 3. The electricity bill has increased by about $150 per month from running filters, heaters, and lights. 4. Water changes take 3 to 4 hours every weekend and monopolize the bathroom. I fill, drain buckets in the tub. 5. The constant humming and bubbling of filters bothers her, especially the tank in our bedroom. I've tried compromises. I installed a dehumidifier, $300. I do water changes early Sunday morning before she's awake, and I keep the tanks meticulously clean. But she says it's not enough and wants me to reduce to maybe 2 to 3 small tanks maximum, and absolutely remove the bedroom tank and empty the fish room. But these aren't just decorations. These are living creatures I'm responsible for. I can't just get rid of fish because she finds them inconvenient. Plus, I have rare species I've bred over years. Some of these fish are worth $200 to $500 each. Morgan says I care more about fish than her comfort, and if I can't compromise, she's reconsidering our engagement. Am I there? I need to clarify the scope of my aquarium keeping because I realize my initial post undersold it. The 9 tanks include 180-gallon reef tank in the living room, saltwater, coral, very expensive setup, about $8,000 invested. 120-gallon planted tank in the living room, freshwater community. 75-gallon African cichlid tank in the dining room. 40-gallon beta sorority in our bedroom. 6 tanks in the spare bedroom, 20 to 55 gallons, for breeding projects and growing out juvenile fish. Total water volume, approximately 650 gallons in our 1,400 square foot house. Morgan's complaints with more detail. About the humidity. She's right that the tanks create significant humidity. We've developed mold spots on the ceiling in the fish room and behind the 180-gallon tank in the living room. The paint is peeling in spots. The baseboards near the bedroom tank are warping. The dehumidifier I bought helps, but it runs constantly and adds to our electricity bill. Morgan says we're going to have serious water damage if this continues, and when we eventually sell the house, we'll have to disclose the mold issues. About the electricity bill. Before Morgan moved in, I was paying about $180 a month in electricity living alone. Now with both of us and the tanks, we're paying $430 a month. Morgan split the bill with me and was shocked at how high it is. She calculated that the tanks probably account for $150 to $200 a month in electricity costs. Filters, lights, heaters, protein skimmers, UV sterilizers, etc. About the space. The living room is dominated by two massive tanks. The 180-gallon tank is 6 feet long and takes up an entire wall. Furniture arrangement is limited because we have to work around the tanks. The spare bedroom that could have been Morgan's home office or a guest room is completely devoted to fish. She works from home and was hoping to use that room as an office, but it's full of tanks, equipment, and fish supplies. About the noise. Morgan says she can't sleep well with the filter hum from the bedroom tank. I've gotten used to it over the years, actually find it soothing, but she says it keeps her awake. She's asked me multiple times to move it, but I have nowhere else to put it. About water changes. Every Sunday, I spend 3 to 4 hours doing water changes. This involves draining 20 to 30% of water from each tank into buckets, carrying buckets to the bathroom to dump in the tub, mixing new salt water for the reef tank, takes 30+ minutes with specific parameters, carrying new water back to refill tanks, cleaning filters, scraping algae, trimming plants. During this time, the bathroom is essentially unusable. There are buckets everywhere. The tub is full of old tank water draining slowly, and I'm going in and out constantly. Morgan wanted to take a bath last Sunday and couldn't because I was mid-water change. She got frustrated and said, "I just want to use my own bathroom. Is that too much to ask?" About breeding projects. I breed several species, fancy guppies, angelfish, and some rare plecos. This is actually a small income source for me. I sell juveniles to local fish stores and online for about $300 to $500 per month. But Morgan says the income doesn't justify the space and hassle. About the rare fish. I have some fish that took me years to acquire or breed. My prized L046 zebra plecos, endangered in the wild, are worth about $400 each, and I have a breeding group of 6. I have rare wild-caught Altum angelfish that cost me $150 each. Some of my coral colonies in the reef tank are worth $500 plus. I can't just get rid of these animals. Where would they go? Morgan's proposed compromise. Keep the 180-gallon reef tank. She admits it's beautiful. Keep one other tank, maybe the 75-gallon. Sell or rehome everything else. Convert the fish room back to a usable spare bedroom. Remove the bedroom tank immediately. My perspective. This hobby is part of who I am. I had these tanks before Morgan moved in. She visited my house many times before moving in and saw the tanks. She said they were impressive and so beautiful. Now she's acting like they're a surprise burden. Morgan's counter perspective. She says she visited as a guest a few times and didn't understand the full impact of living with 9 tanks daily. She didn't realize about the humidity, the noise at night, the electricity costs, the weekly water change routine, or how much of the house the tanks occupy. My friends, mostly other aquarium hobbyists, say Morgan is being unreasonable and that she should have known what she was getting into. They say established hobbyists shouldn't have to dismantle their setups for partners who move in. But Morgan's friends say I'm being selfish and treating our shared home like a fish store at her expense. They say compromise is part of sharing a life together. My dad, not a fish person, says I should pick my battles, and that keeping a few tanks is reasonable, but 9 is excessive in a shared home. My mom says Morgan has a point about the mold and humidity. Those are legitimate structural concerns. Am I the asshole? Is 9 tanks too many in a shared home? Should I compromise more drastically than I have? Edit. Morgan contacted a contractor without telling me, and I'm furious about what she found out. After my original post, I came home from work yesterday to find Morgan sitting at the kitchen table with a very serious expression. She said, "We need to talk about the house." She'd contacted a contractor to inspect the mold and humidity damage while I was at work. She didn't tell me she was doing this. The contractor's assessment. Significant mold growth behind the 180-gallon tank and in the fish room. Water damage to baseboards and drywall in multiple rooms. The fish room floor is developing soft spots, possibly water damage to subfloor. Estimated repair cost, $6,000 to $8,000. Recommendation: remove moisture source, the tanks, before repairing or damage will recur. Morgan showed me the contractor's written estimate and photos he'd taken. The mold behind the 180-gallon tank was extensive. I'd never moved the tank to look back there. She said, "We have a serious problem. This isn't about me being uncomfortable anymore. This is about structural damage to our house." I was angry that she'd called a contractor without telling me. I said, "This is my house. I bought it before we met. You don't get to make decisions about contractors without me." She said, "I'm living here. I'm paying rent to live here. I think I'm allowed to be concerned about mold in my home." That started a huge fight about whether it's my house or our home. She pays me $800 a month in rent. The mortgage is $1,600. So she argues she has some say in the condition of the house. I said the contractor is overreacting and we can just repaint and fix the cosmetic damage. She said mold isn't cosmetic. It's a health issue and can cause respiratory problems. Then she said, "I've been coughing more since I moved in." I looked it up. Chronic coughing can be a symptom of mold exposure. I didn't know she'd been coughing. She said she mentioned it a few times, but I wasn't paying attention. This is probably true. I get absorbed in tank maintenance and don't always listen. Update. Morgan's parents came over and now I feel completely ambushed and betrayed. This morning, Morgan's parents showed up at our house unannounced. Morgan had apparently called them yesterday after the contractor conversation and told them everything. Her father, Richard, is a real estate attorney. He came with printed documents about mold disclosure laws and liability issues. He told me that if we don't address the mold, we could face serious health issues, including permanent lung damage. If we sell the house, we're legally required to disclose mold issues. The house value will drop significantly. Future buyers could sue us for non-disclosure. Our homeowner's insurance might not cover mold damage if we knowingly allowed it to continue. Her mother, Patricia, is a nurse. She talked about the health risks of mold exposure, especially for respiratory health. She mentioned that chronic mold exposure can cause permanent breathing problems, allergic reactions, and immune system issues. Then Richard said the part that really upset me. If Morgan develops health problems from mold exposure in your house, you could be liable. She's a tenant paying rent, and you're the homeowner. You have a legal obligation to provide a safe living environment. I felt completely ambushed. This felt like Morgan had sicked her parents on me to pressure me into getting rid of my tanks. I told them all to leave. Richard left the documents on the table. After they left, Morgan said, "They're trying to help. They care about my health and our future." I said, "You brought your parents into this to gang up on me. That's not how partners solve problems." She started crying and said, "I'm scared. I'm scared about the mold. I'm scared about my health. I'm scared that you care more about fish tanks than about whether I can breathe safely in our home." I went to the fish room to calm down. While I was there, I looked more carefully at the mold situation. She's right. There's more than I'd noticed. The corner by the window has black spots spreading across the ceiling. The wall behind one of the tanks feels damp to the touch. I called my own contractor, a guy who'd done some work on the house before, and asked him to come give a second opinion. He came this afternoon. His assessment matched the first contractor's. He actually said it's worse than he expected, and that we need to act quickly before it spreads further. He said, "The tanks are creating a swamp-like environment. No amount of dehumidifiers will fix this if you're constantly adding moisture from 650 gallons of open-topped water." He recommended immediately removing all tanks from the bedroom and fish room, moving remaining tanks to the basement or garage if I want to keep them. Full mold remediation, $7,000 to $9,000. Repairing water-damaged walls and flooring, installing vapor barriers and better ventilation. I'm devastated. I've spent 12 years building this collection. Some of these fish I've had for 6 to 7 years. My reef tank alone took 3 years to establish. You can't just move a reef tank without killing everything. But Morgan is still coughing. The mold is real. The damage is significant. I don't know what to do. Do I tear down my hobby that's been part of my life for over a decade? Do I risk Morgan's health and our home's structural integrity? Do I resent her forever for making me choose between her and my fish? Morgan said tonight, "I love you, but I can't live in a house that's making me sick. If the tanks don't go, I have to." So that's where we are. My fiancé might leave me over my aquariums, and based on 2 contractor assessments, she might be completely justified. Was I the asshole all along? Or is this just a horrible situation where nobody's really wrong, just incompatible? I genuinely don't know anymore. I'm sitting in my fish room watching my tanks and wondering if this is the end of either my hobby or my relationship. Am I they for rehoming my late husband's dog that his kids say should have stayed with them? I, 34-year-old female, lost my husband Greg, 41-year-old male, in a car accident 8 months ago. We'd been married for 3 years. Greg had 2 kids from his first marriage, Tyler, 16-year-old male, and Megan, 14-year-old female, who lived primarily with their mom but visited us every other weekend. Greg had a German Shepherd named Brutus, 6-year-old male, that he'd raised from a puppy before he even met me. Greg absolutely adored this dog. Brutus slept in our bed, went everywhere with Greg, was basically his shadow. In Greg's will, he left instructions that Brutus should be cared for and never given away. Here's the problem. Brutus has never liked me. From day one, he growled at me, wouldn't let me near Greg, and made me uncomfortable in my own home. Greg always dismissed it as jealousy and said Brutus would warm up to me eventually. He never did. I tolerated it because I loved Greg and knew how much the dog meant to him. After Greg died, Brutus became exponentially worse. He wouldn't let me touch Greg's belongings, snapped at me when I tried to sleep in our bedroom, and became aggressive when I came near him. I'm not exaggerating. He bit me twice, once requiring stitches. I tried working with a trainer for 4 months, but the trainer said Brutus was grieving and might never accept me as his owner. I was terrified in my own home. I couldn't keep living like this. So, I made the decision to rehome Brutus with a family friend who has experience with German Shepherds and a large property. Brutus is thriving there, happy, exercised, well cared for. Tyler and Megan are furious. They say I broke their dad's dying wish and that Brutus should have gone to them if I couldn't handle him. But they never offered to take him during those 4 months, and their mom has explicitly said she won't have a large dog in her house. Am I the for rehoming Brutus despite Greg's will? I should add some important context since people are asking questions. Tyler and Megan visited during those 4 months after Greg's death, and yes, they saw how Brutus behaved with me. The dog was fine with them, affectionate, playful, normal. But the moment they left and it was just me and Brutus, he'd become hostile again. I did ask if they wanted to take Brutus to their mom's house. Tyler said, "We'll talk to Mom about it." But their mother, Linda, 39-year-old female, called me directly and said absolutely not. She has 2 cats, a small house, and doesn't want a large dog she didn't choose. She said Greg's dog was my problem now, since I was his wife. The trainer I hired wasn't cheap, $800 for an evaluation and 4 sessions. She specialized in aggressive dogs and grief behavior in pets. Her assessment was that Brutus associated me with Greg's disappearance and saw me as an intruder. She said it could potentially be addressed with months or years of intensive training, medication, and possibly me moving out temporarily so Brutus could be rehabilitated by someone else first, then slowly reintroduced to me. I couldn't afford months of intensive training on top of everything else. I'm still dealing with medical bills from Greg's accident, funeral costs, and I'm the sole breadwinner now. Plus, I genuinely feared for my safety. The second bite happened when I was simply trying to feed him. He lunged at my arm and wouldn't let go until I screamed loud enough that a neighbor came over. The family friend who took Brutus is Jack, 50s Muserl, Greg's former co-worker and longtime friend. Jack has 2 other German shepherds, a farm with acres of land, and experience training working dogs. When I explained the situation to Jack, he immediately offered to take Brutus. I visited after a week, and Brutus seemed content, playing with the other dogs, responding to Jack's commands, no aggression. Tyler found out through social media. Jack posted photos of all 3 dogs, and called me crying, saying I threw away Dad's dog like garbage. Megan sent me a long text about how I never loved their dad because if I did, I'd honor his wishes about Brutus, no matter what. Greg's sister, my former sister-in-law, Rachel, called me an asshole and said I should have tried harder. She said plenty of widows deal with difficult pets and I gave up too easily. When I mentioned the bites, she said I probably did something to provoke Brutus and that Greg would be heartbroken. My own family is more supportive. My mom says my safety has to come first and that Greg would understand. My brother thinks the kids are being unrealistic. They couldn't take the dog either, so criticizing me is hypocritical. But I'm haunted by Greg's will. He specifically wrote, "I ask that Brutus be cared for in a loving home and never be given away or surrendered." I did find him a loving home, but did I violate the spirit of that request by not keeping him myself? Some people have suggested I could have tried harder to make it work. Different trainers, medication for Brutus, giving it more time. Part of me wonders if I gave up too soon. But the other part remembers the fear of walking through my own house, sleeping on the couch because Brutus wouldn't let me in the bedroom, the pain of those bites. Tyler is now 16 and says he'll be 18 in 2 years and will take Brutus back then. He's demanding I keep track of where Brutus is so he can reclaim him when he's an adult. I told him Jack is not a temporary foster. He's Brutus's owner now, and I can't promise Jack will give him back in 2 years. This has caused a huge rift. Tyler and Megan have stopped visiting me at all. Linda says it's my fault for creating this drama. Greg's parents, who live out of state, have weighed in, saying I should have consulted the whole family before making such a major decision about Greg's dog. So, Reddit? Am I the ya? Should I have kept Brutus despite the bites and fear, or was rehoming him the right choice, even though it goes against Greg's wishes and has devastated his kids? Edit. This situation has spiraled and I don't know what to do. After posting, Tyler did something I didn't expect. He looked up Jack's address. I'm not sure how, maybe through Greg's old contacts. And he and Megan convinced Linda to drive them there last weekend. They showed up at Jack's farm unannounced, asking to see Brutus. Jack called me immediately, confused and concerned. He let the kids see Brutus because he didn't want to cause a scene, but he's now worried they're going to try to take the dog. According to Jack, Brutus went crazy when he saw Tyler and Megan. In a good way, lots of tail wagging, jumping, excitement. The kids spent an hour playing with him, crying, taking photos. Tyler apparently told Jack, "This is our dad's dog. He shouldn't be here. Our stepmom had no right to give him away." When they got home, Tyler posted on social media about how he finally found Dad's dog and how I abandoned him. The post has gotten a lot of engagement from people who knew Greg. I'm getting messages from Greg's friends and former colleagues calling me heartless and cruel. Someone commented, "She couldn't even keep his dog for a year, says everything about her." Greg's mother called me yesterday and said the whole family is talking about this. She said I'm being painted as the villain who couldn't handle her son's beloved pet and gave him away selfishly. She admitted she doesn't know all the details, but suggested maybe I should consider letting Tyler take Brutus when he turns 18. And in the meantime, maybe Jack could facilitate regular visits for the kids. I talked to Jack about this. He's uncomfortable with the idea of Tyler and Megan having open access to his property, especially without notice. He also said, and this is important, Brutus growled at his wife when she tried to bring him inside during the kids' visit. Jack's wife is now concerned that Brutus might have issues with women in general, not just me. Jack asked me directly, "Did Greg's dog have aggression problems before Greg died? Or did this only start after?" I honestly don't know. Greg never mentioned it, but I also wonder if he would have told me if Brutus had shown aggression toward other women. I called Linda and asked if we could talk about a supervised arrangement where Tyler and Megan could visit Brutus regularly at Jack's farm, with Jack present. Linda was dismissive and said, "Tyler and Megan are old enough to make their own choices. If they want to visit that dog, I'm not stopping them." I tried to explain that showing up unannounced isn't appropriate, but she cut me off and said this whole situation is my fault for not keeping Brutus in the first place. Now I'm in a weird position where, 1, I legally rehomed the dog to Jack. 2, Tyler and Megan think they have a claim to Brutus. 3, Jack is increasingly uncomfortable with the situation. 4, I'm being vilified online by people who only hear Tyler's side. My best friend says I need to completely disengage. Brutus is Jack's dog now, and any issues about visitation are between Jack and the kids, not my problem. My mom thinks I should apologize to Tyler and Megan for not consulting them better before rehoming Brutus, even if I ultimately made the right safety decision. My grief counselor, I've been seeing someone since Greg died, asked me an uncomfortable question. Are you feeling guilty about rehoming the dog, or guilty about being relieved that you finally feel safe in your own home? And honestly, it's both. I do feel guilty. But I also feel this overwhelming relief that I can walk into my bedroom, sleep in my own bed, and not fear being bitten. Update. Jack made a decision, and now everyone's even more upset with me. Jack called me yesterday and said he's decided he doesn't want the drama and conflict this dog is bringing. He said Tyler and Megan showed up at his farm again, this time with Linda, who demanded that Jack return Brutus to the kids since I had no right to rehome their father's dog. Jack is a private person who doesn't want ongoing confrontation. He told me he's going to find a new home for Brutus through a German Shepherd rescue organization where the adopters will be screened and anonymous. This way, Tyler can't keep showing up and no one will know where Brutus ends up. I'm devastated. This wasn't what I wanted. I thought Brutus would have a stable, permanent home with Jack. Now he's being rehomed again, which feels terrible for the dog. Tyler found out. I still don't know how. Maybe Jack told him, or maybe Tyler has been monitoring Jack's social media, and completely lost it. He called me screaming that I've now caused Brutus to be rehomed twice, and that the dog will end up who knows where because of me. He said, "Dad's dog is going to disappear forever because you're selfish." Megan sent me a message saying she'll never forgive me and that I've proven I never cared about their dad. Linda called and threatened legal action, though I'm not sure what grounds she'd have since I was Greg's spouse and legally had the right to rehome the dog. Greg's family is now united against me. His sister posted on Facebook, tagging me, about how some people show their true colors after a loved one dies, and how my inability to honor a simple wish about a dog shows where my priorities are. I'm second-guessing everything now. Should I have just kept Brutus despite the bites? Should I have pushed harder for Tyler and Megan to take him, even though Linda refused? Should I have consulted Greg's whole family before making the decision? Jack apologized for complicating things further, but he said he can't have people showing up at his property making demands about a dog. He said the rescue organization has already found a potential adopter in another state who has experience with grieving/traumatized dogs. So now Brutus will be going to a third home. Tyler and Megan will never see him again, and I'm the person everyone blames. My therapist says I made a safety decision about an aggressive animal, and the rest of the fallout is not my fault. But it doesn't feel that way. AITA, not just for the original rehoming, but for all the chaos this has caused. Should I have handled this completely differently? AITA for refusing to convert my late mother's bedroom into a nursery for our baby? I, 29-year-old female, lost my mother suddenly to a stroke 3 years ago. She lived with me for the last year of her life after her diagnosis, and her bedroom in my house became her sanctuary, filled with her books, her quilts she made, her paintings, photos of our family. After she passed, I couldn't bear to change it. I keep it exactly as she left it, clean and maintained, and I go in there when I miss her. My husband Derek, 31-year-old male, and I are now expecting our first baby, due in 4 months. We live in a 3-bedroom house. Our master bedroom, my mother's preserved room, and a guest room currently used as Derek's home office. Derek says we need to convert my mother's room into the nursery because it has the best natural light and is closest to our bedroom. I told him absolutely not. We can convert his office into the nursery, he can work from the dining room table, or we can put a desk in our bedroom. He got upset and said I'm being unreasonable and prioritizing a shrine to a dead person over our living child. That really hurt. I explained that my mother's room is my way of keeping her memory close, and I'm not ready to dismantle it. I suggested we could even convert the guest room and he could keep his office, but he insists the nursery needs to be in my mom's room specifically because of the layout and lighting. He's now saying I need to move on, and that keeping the room like this isn't healthy. His parents agree with him, saying babies need their own space and I'm being selfish. My dad and sister support me, saying 3 years isn't that long, and Derek should be more understanding. AITA for refusing to let my mother's bedroom become the nursery? To provide more context, my mother and I were extremely close. She raised me alone after my father left when I was young. My current dad is actually my stepdad who came into my life when I was 16, but I'm close with him too. When she got diagnosed with early onset dementia at 58, I brought her to live with me immediately. She declined quickly, and I cared for her through everything. She died in hospice, but that bedroom was where she spent her last good months, painting, reading, doing the things she loved. I don't think I'm treating it as a shrine exactly. I dust regularly, I wash the bedding, I occasionally sit in there and read. It's not like it's untouched or creepy. It just has her things arranged how she liked them, and being in there comforts me. I'm not preventing anyone from using it. We don't have other kids who need bedrooms. Derek and I discussed this before marriage. He knew how important my mother was to me, and that I was keeping her room. He said he understood then, but now he's acting like I'm being irrational. He says, things are different now, because we're having a baby and need to be practical. The thing is, we genuinely have other options. His office is only slightly smaller than my mom's room. The baby doesn't need a huge space immediately. Many people keep infants in their bedroom for the first months anyway. We could make any room work. He just wants that specific room. He started making comments about how I'm choosing my dead mother over our future family, and how he's worried I'll never move forward if I don't let go. My mother-in-law told me at dinner that your mother wouldn't want you to stop living your life, and that keeping the room is preventing me from being fully present for my marriage and baby. but here's what frustrates me. Derek has a whole garage full of his father's old tools and car parts. His dad is still alive, just downsized when he moved to a retirement community. Derek refused to get rid of any of it, even though we could use the garage for actual parking. When I pointed this out, he said, "That's completely different, because his dad is alive and might want the stuff back someday." My sister thinks Derek is being controlling and using the baby as an excuse. My best friend gently suggested that maybe therapy could help me process whether I'm ready to change the room. My stepdad stayed neutral, saying both perspectives are valid. Last week, Derek said if I don't agree by next month, he's going to start converting his office, and we'll just have to deal with a cramped nursery to make me feel guilty. I told him that's manipulative. We haven't spoken much since. I'm starting to doubt myself. Am I being unreasonable? Should I prioritize practical needs for our baby over my emotional attachment to my mother's space? I genuinely don't know if I'm being a grieving daughter or a stubborn wife. So Reddit, am I the for refusing to turn my late mother's bedroom into a nursery when we have other options? Edit. Thank you for all the responses. Some questions people asked. Yes, we definitely have room for the nursery in Derek's current office. It's about 10 by 11 feet, which is perfectly adequate for a nursery. My mother's room is 12 by 13 feet, bigger but not dramatically so. Someone asked if Derek has always been dismissive of my grief. Honestly, I never noticed before, but looking back, he did rush me to sort through her clothes and seemed impatient when I was sad on holidays. I thought he was just trying to help me not dwell. Multiple people suggested couples counseling. I brought this up to Derek tonight and he said, "We don't need therapy, you just need to be reasonable." That response is making me reconsider some things. No, we didn't discuss the room specifically in terms of what happens if we have kids. I assumed we'd use one of the other bedrooms since we have 3. It honestly never occurred to me he'd want my mother's room specifically. Update. We had a huge fight last night and I'm staying at my sister's. After posting this, I sat Derek down to really understand why my mother's room specifically is so important to him. His answer shocked me. He said the room has the best energy, and he's always felt like it should be reclaimed for the living, not the dead. When I pressed him, he admitted he's always been uncomfortable with me keeping the room unchanged. He said he thinks I have an unhealthy attachment to my mother, and that our marriage therapist, we went a few times last year for communication issues, agreed the room was a potential problem. I was furious. We've never discussed my mother's room in therapy. I called our therapist right there on speaker, and she confirmed she never said that. In fact, she has no opinion on the room since we never discussed it. Derek had completely lied. I asked him directly, "Is this about the nursery, or have you always wanted that room changed?" He finally admitted he's wanted me to clear it out since we got married, and the baby is just a logical reason to finally do it. I'm heartbroken. This isn't about nursery logistics or natural light. He's been waiting for an excuse to erase my mother's presence from our house. I told him I need space to think, and I'm at my sister's now. Derek's been texting saying I'm overreacting and making this a bigger deal than it is. He says he's just trying to help me move forward, and I'm being dramatic. His mother called me saying I'm jeopardizing my marriage over a room full of old stuff. My sister says this is showing his true colors, that he's not respecting my grief and is being manipulative. My stepdad says maybe Derek just doesn't understand loss since his parents are both alive. But that doesn't excuse the lying. I don't know what to do. We have a baby coming in 4 months, and I'm questioning my entire marriage. I'm definitely not converting my mother's room now, but I also don't know if I can stay with someone who lied to me and has been secretly resenting my way of grieving for 3 years. So I guess my question evolved. Am I the tu'a for considering this marriage ending? Or should I try to work through it since he's otherwise been a good husband and we're about to have a baby? Am I the for refusing to cook or serve meat in my house, despite my family calling it forcing my diet on them? I, 28-year-old female, have been vegetarian for 6 years and vegan for the past 3. It started as a health choice but evolved into an ethical stance. My partner, Sasha, 30-year-old female, went vegetarian with me and recently went vegan too. We own our home and occasionally host family dinners, maybe 4 to 5 times a year. When we host, we serve only plant-based food. I've gotten pretty good at cooking, and honestly, our meals are delicious. We've served things like mushroom Wellington, stuffed peppers, lentil curry, pasta dishes. Nobody leaves hungry. Here's the issue. My brother, Todd, 32-year-old male, has started complaining loudly at every dinner that there's no real food. My dad makes jokes about rabbit food. My mom keeps suggesting I just make a chicken on the side for people who eat normally. Last month, Todd brought a rotisserie chicken to our dinner without asking. He put it on our dining table and started eating it in front of everyone. I was shocked and asked him to take it outside or put it away. He refused, saying if I wasn't going to provide real food, he had to bring his own. I told him he was being disrespectful in our home. He said I was being disrespectful by forcing my extreme diet on everyone, and that if I wanted to host family, I needed to accommodate everyone's diets, not just mine. I told him that nobody forces him to come to our dinners, and that my home, my rules. He called me self-righteous and left angry. Now my family is saying I'm being unreasonable and that good hosts accommodate their guests. They say it's not about the food. It's about me making everything about my lifestyle choices. Am I the ya? To provide more context, since people are asking, when I say I occasionally host, I mean 4 to 5 times a year out of approximately 20 to 30 family gatherings annually. The other gatherings are at various family members' homes, and yes, they all serve meat. I attend these gatherings and simply eat the vegetarian options available, salads, sides, etc., without complaining or asking them to change their menus. So I'm accommodating their choices when I'm at their homes, but they're not willing to accommodate mine when they're at my home. Todd specifically has been increasingly aggressive about this. At the last 3 dinners we hosted, he's made comments like, "This would be better with bacon." "Where's the protein?" while eating a lentil dish with plenty of protein. "I'm going to McDonald's after this to get actual food." "You're going to make yourselves sick eating like this." My mom has started asking before each dinner what I'm serving, and when I tell her, she sighs heavily and says things like, "I guess I'll eat before I come." But then she still comes and eats our food and complains it's not filling enough. My dad thinks the whole thing is funny. He makes jokes about, "Where's the beef?" and teases Sasha and me about being militant vegans. When I've told him it's not funny and is actually hurtful, he says I'm too sensitive and need to learn to take a joke. The rotisserie chicken incident was particularly upsetting because Todd didn't just bring it. He made a show of it. He walked in carrying it, announced loudly, "Don't worry, everyone, I brought real food," and plopped it down in the center of our dining table like a centerpiece. Our dining table is where we eat every day. We don't prepare, cook, or serve animal products in our home. It's not just about eating. It's about what we want in our living space. When Todd put that chicken on our table, it felt violating. Several guests, including Todd's wife, looked uncomfortable. My cousin quietly told me later that she thought Todd was being rude and that she'd enjoyed the meal I made. But nobody spoke up in the moment. After Todd left, my mom said, "You embarrassed him. You should have just let it go." I said he embarrassed himself by bringing meat to a vegan household without asking. She said I'm taking this too far and that it's just food. But it's not just food to me. These are my ethics, and this is my home. Sasha is fully supportive of me. She thinks my family is being disrespectful, and that we should stop hosting them altogether if they can't respect our choices in our own home. but I don't want to stop hosting entirely. I enjoy having family over and sharing meals I've worked hard to prepare. I just want them to respect that when they're in our home, they eat what we serve, just like we eat what they serve when we're at their homes. My best friend, who's also vegan, says my family is being ridiculous and that it's basic courtesy not to bring meat to a vegan person's home. She says it's like bringing pork to a Jewish or Muslim household that keeps kosher or halal. You just don't do it. But my sister says that's not a fair comparison because vegetarianism-veganism is a choice, whereas religious dietary laws are part of someone's identity. I'd argue my veganism is part of my identity now, but she disagrees. Am I the asshole for maintaining this boundary? Should I be more flexible when hosting? Or is my family being unreasonable? Edit. My family planned something behind my back and I only found out by accident. I didn't expect this to blow up, but I need to update because something happened that's made this situation so much worse. Yesterday, I ran into my aunt, Carol, at the grocery store. She's usually pretty neutral in family stuff. She saw me and immediately looked uncomfortable, then said, "So, are you okay with the plan for Thanksgiving?" I had no idea what she was talking about. Thanksgiving is in 3 weeks, and it's being hosted at my parents' house this year, not ours. I said, "What plan?" Carol looked panicked and said, "Oh, I thought you knew. Never mind." But I pressed her, and eventually, she told me. Apparently, my mom has been telling the family that Thanksgiving will be at my parents' house, but that I've agreed to do all the cooking because my mom isn't up to it this year. She's fine, by the way. No health issues. The catch? My mom told everyone I've compromised and will be cooking both vegan dishes and traditional Thanksgiving dishes with turkey, ham, all the usual meat-based sides. She's been telling people I realized I was being unreasonable and want to make it up to the family. I have agreed to none of this. In fact, I haven't even been invited to Thanksgiving yet. My mom hasn't talked to me about it at all. I immediately called my mom. She tried to play it off like it was just an idea she'd been thinking about. But when I pushed, she admitted she'd already told 20-plus family members that I'm cooking everything. I said, "Why would you tell people I'm cooking meat when you know I won't do that?" She said, "Well, I was hoping you'd come around once you realized how many people you'd be disappointing." She literally tried to publicly commit me to cooking meat for the entire family, hoping the social pressure would force me to comply. I told her absolutely not. I'm not cooking Thanksgiving dinner, and I'm certainly not cooking meat. She started crying and said I'm ruining Thanksgiving, and that she can't do all that cooking alone. I said, "Then maybe Todd or Dad or someone else can help, or you can simplify the menu." She said nobody else knows how to cook a proper Thanksgiving dinner. Not true. Todd's wife is a great cook. And that I'm being selfish. Sasha is furious. She says my mom deliberately tried to manipulate me into cooking meat by creating a situation where I'd look bad for backing out. She thinks we shouldn't go to Thanksgiving at all now. Update. Thanksgiving happened and it was a disaster. I don't know how to move forward. I decided to go to Thanksgiving despite everything, but I told my mom clearly, I'm coming as a guest, not cooking anything, and I'll bring a vegan dish to share. My mom spent the week before Thanksgiving texting me recipes for turkey, asking, "Are you sure you won't just make the stuffing?" And saying things like, "Everyone's going to be so disappointed." I held firm. Sasha and I made a delicious vegan roast with all the trimmings and brought it in a casserole dish. We arrived at my parents' house to find chaos. My mom was running around the kitchen stressed. My dad was watching football and ignoring her, and almost nothing was ready. It was clear my mom had planned on me doing most of the cooking and hadn't prepared adequately. When we arrived, my mom looked at our dish and said loudly in front of everyone, "Oh, you actually brought that." Several family members laughed. Todd said, "Great, rabbit food for Thanksgiving." Throughout dinner prep, my mom kept asking me to just help with the turkey or just make the gravy. I refused each time. Sasha and I stayed out of the kitchen and visited with family members who were actually pleasant to us. Dinner was served 2 hours late. The turkey was dry, the stuffing was bland, several dishes were either overcooked or undercooked. People were clearly disappointed. Todd made a big show of trying our vegan roast, making exaggerated gagging faces and saying, "This is exactly what I expected." His kids laughed. I was humiliated. Then my mom announced to everyone, "I'm sorry dinner isn't great. I normally have help, but this year I had to do everything alone." She looked directly at me while saying it. I couldn't believe it. She was blaming me for dinner being bad because I wouldn't cook meat for everyone. Several family members immediately looked at me disapprovingly. My aunt said, "You couldn't help your mother for one day?" My cousin said, "It's Thanksgiving. Can't you put your diet aside for family?" I tried to explain. Mom told everyone I'd agreed to cook without asking me. I never agreed. I'm not obligated to cook meat just because she decided I would. My dad jumped in. "Your mother works hard all year. The least you could do is help with one meal." I said, "I help with meals all the time when we host. This isn't about not helping. It's about not being voluntold to cook meat." Todd said, "This is exactly the self-righteous attitude we've been dealing with. You've made this whole day about you and your diet." That's when I lost it. I said, "I made it about me? Mom invented a plan where I'd cook everything, didn't tell me, and then blamed me when I didn't do work I never agreed to. How is that me making it about myself?" My mom started crying. My dad told me I was upsetting my mother and needed to leave. Sasha and I left. On the way out, Todd shouted, "Good riddance! Don't bother coming to Christmas either." Now my phone is full of messages from family members saying I ruined Thanksgiving, that I'm selfish, that I'm choosing my extreme lifestyle over family. My mom sent a long text about how hurt she is and how I embarrassed her in front of everyone. Only a few family members have reached out supportively. My cousin, who complimented my cooking months ago, and my youngest uncle, who said he thought the whole situation was unfair to me. Sasha says my family is toxic and manipulative, and we should go low contact or no contact. But they're my family. I don't want to lose them over this. Am I the asshole? Did I ruin Thanksgiving? Should I have just helped cook the meat to keep the peace? Or is my family being unreasonable? I feel like I'm going crazy. Everyone's acting like I'm the villain, but I don't think I did anything wrong. I just want my choices to be respected in my own home, and I don't want to be forced to cook meat against my ethics. What should I do? Am I that for refusing to get rid of my motorcycle collection, even though my wife says it's taking over our lives? I, 35-year-old male, have been collecting and restoring vintage motorcycles for about 8 years. It started as a hobby. I bought one broken-down bike, fixed it up, and fell in love with the process. Now I have 11 motorcycles in various states of repair in our 2-car garage. My wife, Lauren, 33-year-old female, has been increasingly frustrated with this hobby. She says the motorcycles have taken over our garage, our yard. I have parts and a few bikes under tarps outside, and our lives. She wants me to sell at least half of them and get the hobby under control. Here's my perspective. These bikes are my passion. I work on them in the evenings and weekends. Some are nearly finished and will be worth significant amounts once restored. I've already sold 3 bikes over the years and made good profit. This isn't just a hobby, it's an investment. Lauren's perspective. She can't park in the garage anymore. Her car sits in the driveway in all weather. The garage smells like oil and gasoline. I spend 15 to 20 hours per week working on bikes instead of spending time with her. When we have guests over, they comment on the junkyard in our yard. She's embarrassed. Last week, I found a 1972 Triumph Bonneville in incredible condition for a great price. I bought it without telling Lauren. When she saw me unloading it, she was furious. She said I'd promised not to buy any more bikes until I finished and sold some of the current ones. I don't remember making that exact promise, but she insists I did. She's now giving me an ultimatum. Either I sell at least 6 bikes within 3 months and limit the collection to 5 maximum, or she's reconsidering our living situation. Am I thought for wanting to keep my collection? I should add more context because I can tell from the comments that I'm not explaining this well. First, about the promise Lauren says I made. We did have a conversation about 6 months ago where she said the garage situation was out of control. I said something like, "Okay, I'll be more careful about what I bring home." But I don't think I specifically promised not to buy more bikes. She interprets being more careful as not buying more. But I meant I'd be more selective about which bikes I buy. The Triumph was too good to pass up. It's a model I've been looking for 2 years. Second, about the space issue. Yes, our garage is full. We have a 2-car garage, and currently it holds 11 motorcycles in various states. Some are on stands, some are partially disassembled. There's also a workbench with tools, parts bins, and shelving units with spare parts. Lauren is correct that there's no room for cars. Additionally, I have 3 motorcycles under tarps in our backyard and another one in our shed. So, 15 total bikes on our property. Third, about time commitment. I do spend a lot of time on this hobby. After work, I have a normal 9-to-5 job. I usually spend 2 to 3 hours in the garage. On weekends, I'll often spend 6 to 8 hours per day working on bikes if the weather is nice. Lauren says this means I'm never available for couple time or household tasks. But here's my defense. Everyone needs hobbies. Lots of guys spend this much time golfing or watching sports or gaming. At least my hobby is productive and potentially profitable. I'm building something, learning skills, and creating value. Fourth, about the investment aspect. I have sold 3 bikes over the years. One I bought for $2,000, restored over a year, and sold for $8,000. Another I bought for $3,500 and sold for $7,000. The third I bought for $1,000 and sold for $4,500. So I've made real money doing this. However, Lauren points out that if I calculate my hourly time investment, I'm probably paying myself about $5 an hour, which isn't exactly a great return. She also notes that I've spent way more buying the 15 bikes I currently own than I've made selling the 3. So overall, I'm deeply in the negative financially. But I see it as a long-term investment. Once I finish restoring the higher value bikes, I'll make significant returns. Fifth, about the smell and mess. Lauren is not wrong that the garage smells strongly of motor oil, gasoline, and solvents. She says the smell seeps into the house, and she can't open the door to the garage without being hit with fumes. She's also concerned about the safety of storing gasoline and flammable materials so close to our living space. The yard situation is also admittedly not great. The 3 bikes under tarps look messy, and our HOA has started sending notices saying the tarps are unsightly and violate community standards. We might get fined if I don't move them. Sixth, about guest reactions. Lauren is right that people comment on the bikes. When friends or family visit, they see the bikes in the yard and usually make remarks. Some are positive. "Wow, cool collection." But others are clearly judgmental. Her parents in particular have made several comments about the clutter and asking when I'm going to clean up the yard. Lauren says she's embarrassed to have people over because our house looks like a motorcycle repair shop. Seventh, about relationship time. This is probably the most valid point. Lauren says we barely spend time together anymore. I'm either at work or in the garage. We used to watch shows together, go on weekend trips, have date nights. Now I'm usually too tired or busy with the bikes. She says she feels like she's competing with the motorcycles for my attention, and the motorcycles are winning. Last month, we had plans to go hiking on Saturday. I told her I'd be ready by 10 a.m. But I got caught up adjusting valves on one of the bikes, lost track of time, and by the time I was ready, it was 2 p.m. Lauren was furious and said the hike was ruined. I said we could still go, but she said the whole day was wasted waiting for me. That's happened multiple times. I get absorbed in the work and lose track of time, missing plans we had. So, yes, I can see Lauren's frustration. But from my perspective, I'm working towards something. These bikes are valuable. Once I finish restoring them, I'll have built something amazing and potentially have significant financial return. Lauren says I've been saying, once I finish restoring them, for years. But I've only actually finished and sold 3 bikes in 8 years while accumulating 15. She says the math doesn't work out and I'm hoarding rather than restoring. My best friend, who also has a motorcycle collection, says Lauren is being unreasonable and that she needs to support my interests. He says his wife understands that motorcycles are important to him and she'd never ask him to get rid of his collection. But Lauren's best friend told her I'm being selfish and that marriage requires compromise, not just pursuing hobbies at the expense of the relationship. Am I the asshole? Is 15 bikes too many? Should I compromise on Lauren's request to sell some? Or is she being controlling about my hobby? Edit. I went into the garage to think and found something that changes everything. After reading some of the comments, I went into the garage to spend time with the bikes and think about whether I'm being unreasonable. I was sitting on one of my bikes, a 1969 Honda CB 750 I've been working on for 3 years, when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There's a calendar hanging in the garage that Lauren uses to track household stuff, appointments, bills, events. I don't usually pay attention to it, but I happened to glance at it and noticed she'd been marking days. I looked closer. Over the past 6 months, she'd marked in red every day I spent more than 3 hours in the garage. There were also notes: missed dinner, canceled movie night, late to Mom's birthday. I flipped back through previous months. The red marks went back over a year. Sometimes there were 5 to 6 red days per week. And the notes: forgot our anniversary dinner, said he'd help with bathroom repair, didn't. Promised to go to Jen's wedding together, went alone. I don't remember half of these incidents, which I think is part of the problem. I also found a folder Lauren had apparently been keeping with HOA violation notices. There have been 7. Estimates for garage organization systems she'd researched. She'd been trying to find solutions. And printouts of articles about hobby addiction. Hobby addiction. That phrase hit me hard. I sat in the garage for a long time thinking about what I'd just discovered. Lauren hasn't just been casually frustrated. She's been systematically documenting a problem that's clearly been eating at her for over a year. I went inside. Lauren was in the living room reading. I asked about the calendar and the folder. She looked surprised, then sad. She said she'd been keeping track because she was trying to figure out if she was overreacting or if there was really a problem. The evidence made it clear there was a problem. She said she'd actually talked to a therapist about it. I didn't know she was seeing a therapist. The therapist suggested keeping documentation to see patterns, and the pattern was clear. I was choosing motorcycles over our relationship consistently. Lauren said she didn't want to show me the documentation because she didn't want to prove I was wrong. She wanted me to realize it myself and choose to change. But I haven't. And now she's at the point where she's given me the ultimatum because she's tried everything else. Update. I started cleaning out the garage and discovered why Lauren is really upset. After finding the calendar, I decided I needed to show Lauren I was taking this seriously. Yesterday, Saturday, I started actually cleaning out the garage to see what could be sold or moved. That's when I found it. Behind one of the bikes, covered in dust, was a box labeled Lauren's Pottery Equipment. I opened it. Inside was a pottery wheel, tools, clay, glazes, all stuff for pottery making. I vaguely remembered Lauren doing pottery years ago, but I didn't remember her having this much equipment. I brought the box inside and asked Lauren about it. She stared at it for a long moment, then said, "I bought all that about 5 years ago. I'd taken a pottery class and loved it. I wanted to set up a small studio space in the garage to practice." I didn't remember this at all. She continued, "You said that sounded great. We measured out a corner of the garage that would be mine. I bought all the equipment, spent about $1,200. I set it up and used it for maybe 2 weeks. Then you brought home 2 more motorcycles and needed the space. You asked if I could move my pottery stuff temporarily to make room. I did. It's been there for 4.5 years. I felt sick. She said, "That's when I realized your hobby would always take priority over anything I wanted to do. The garage became entirely yours. The yard became your storage space. I gave up pottery because there was no room for it in your motorcycle world." I asked why she never brought this up. She said she did, multiple times, but I always said, "Once I finish a few bikes, there'll be more space," or "Just give me a few more months to clear things out." But I never did. The pottery equipment just sat there, buried and forgotten. Lauren said, "It's not really about the motorcycles. It's about the fact that you have space for 15 motorcycles but not for 1 pottery wheel. It's about you having 20 hours a week for your hobby, but not 2 hours a week for a date night. It's about priorities." She's right. I've been the asshole. I told Lauren I'm selling 10 bikes, keeping 5 max, clearing out the garage so she can set up her pottery space. And I'm committing to no more than 5 hours per week on motorcycles. She started crying and said, "Do you mean it this time?" I said yes, and I listed 8 bikes for sale this morning. She asked what changed. I said finding her pottery equipment made me realize I've been so focused on my passion that I suffocated hers. That's not a partnership. I'm still not sure if we'll be okay, but I'm going to try to fix this. So, final verdict. I was absolutely the asshole. Lauren was right. The commenters were right. I was hoarding, not restoring. I was obsessing, not pursuing a hobby. And I was destroying my marriage in the process. If you have a hobby that's taking over your living space and your relationship, take a hard look at whether it's still just a hobby or whether it's become something else. Am I the A for uninviting my brother from my wedding after he proposed at my engagement party? I, 26-year-old female, got engaged to my fiancé, Chris, 28-year-old male, 3 months ago. We threw an engagement party to celebrate with family and friends, nothing huge, about 40 people at a nice restaurant. My brother, Dylan, 24-year-old male, has been dating his girlfriend, Amber, 23-year-old female, for about 8 months. They were both invited to the party. Everything was going well until dessert, when Dylan suddenly got down on one knee and proposed to Amber in front of everyone. I was stunned. People started cheering and congratulating them, taking photos, and suddenly my engagement party became about Dylan's proposal. My parents were crying happy tears for Dylan. Chris and I just stood there awkwardly while everyone swarmed Dylan and Amber. After about 20 minutes of this, Chris quietly suggested we leave our own party. We did. Several people didn't even notice we'd left. The next day, I called Dylan and told him what he did was incredibly disrespectful and that he hijacked our celebration. He said he got caught up in the romantic atmosphere and didn't think it would be a big deal since there was already a celebration happening anyway. I told him he's uninvited from our wedding in 6 months. He thinks I'm being dramatic and vindictive. My parents are furious with me, saying I'm ruining Dylan's happiness and being petty. They say family should support each other, and I should be happy we'll have a double celebration with both weddings coming up. But I feel like he stole our moment, and now I don't want him at our actual wedding. Chris supports my decision, but says it's ultimately my call. My best friend says Dylan was incredibly rude, but uninviting him might be too extreme. AITA. For context, since people are asking, no, Dylan didn't ask permission or give us any heads up about the proposal. I found out later that he'd told our mom he was thinking about proposing soon, but didn't mention he planned to do it at our event. Mom apparently thought he meant soon as in the next few weeks, not at your sister's engagement party. When I confronted Dylan more specifically about the timing, he said he'd been planning to propose for a while but hadn't found the right moment. When he saw how happy Chris and I were at the party, surrounded by family, he thought it was the perfect romantic setting and got inspired to do it then. He also said he thought I'd be honored that our engagement party inspired him to take the next step in his relationship. He genuinely seemed confused about why I was upset, saying, "Proposals happen at parties all the time. What's the big deal?" I tried to explain that this was our party, specifically thrown to celebrate our engagement, and that he made it about him. He said I was being selfish and acting like you own the concept of celebrations. My parents' reaction has been the most hurtful. My dad said, "You got your engagement party. Dylan deserves to celebrate his engagement too. Why can't you just share the happiness?" My mom said, "This is what families do. We celebrate together. You're creating unnecessary drama." When I pointed out that Dylan could have proposed literally any other day, my mom said, "He was inspired in the moment. That's romantic. You should appreciate that your happiness inspired him." Chris's family is on our side. His mom was at the party and was appalled by what happened. She told me privately that she's never seen anything so rude at an event, and if Chris's brother had done something similar, she would have been furious. But my family is making me feel like I'm overreacting. My younger sister, 19-year-old female, said I'm being bridezilla already, and the wedding isn't even for 6 months. She said if I uninvite Dylan, I'm going to regret it forever and create a permanent rift in the family. Dylan and Amber have now announced their wedding date, 2 months before ours. They're having a big wedding with 150-plus guests. My mom called to tell me excitedly about their plans and seemed hurt when I wasn't enthusiastic. Several family members who were at the engagement party have been texting me asking if Dylan is really uninvited from the wedding. Some say I'm justified, others say I'm being too harsh. My aunt said, "He made a mistake, but he's your brother. Family forgives." The thing is, Dylan hasn't actually apologized. He still thinks what he did was fine and that I'm being unreasonable. When I asked him to apologize, he said, "I'm sorry you're upset, but I didn't do anything wrong." Is that even an apology? Chris says it's not, and that until Dylan actually acknowledges what he did was disrespectful, there's no point in reconciling. Am I the asshole for holding this boundary? Should I forgive Dylan and let him come to the wedding to keep peace? Or am I right to stand firm on this? Edit. Dylan did something else, and now I'm even more angry. 2 weeks after I uninvited Dylan from the wedding, he called me and asked if he could talk through this, because he hates the tension. I agreed to meet him for coffee, hoping he was finally ready to apologize. Instead, he showed up with a compromise proposal. He said, since I'm upset about the engagement party, why don't Chris and I move our wedding to be after his and Amber's wedding? That way, his proposal won't have overshadowed anything, because his wedding will have already happened, and we can each have our own moment. I stared at him in disbelief. We've already booked our venue, sent save the dates, and paid deposits. He wants us to completely reschedule our wedding, which we've been planning for months, so that his timeline works better? When I said no, Dylan got frustrated and said I'm not even trying to fix this. He said the whole family is stressed because of the tension I'm creating, and moving our wedding date would solve everything. I asked him why he and Amber don't postpone their wedding since they just got engaged and haven't made deposits yet. He said their date is perfect and they don't want to change it. That's when I realized. Dylan scheduled his wedding 2 months before ours on purpose. He's trying to have all the family attention and celebration first, then ours will feel like an afterthought. Another wedding, after everyone's already celebrated Dylan and Amber's. I told him to leave. He said I'm being impossible and that he's tried everything to make peace with me. I pointed out he still hasn't actually apologized for hijacking our engagement party. Chris is now saying we should reconsider whether any of my family should be at the wedding. He's hurt by how they've treated me and doesn't want people there who don't respect us. Update. My parents just told me they might not come to my wedding, and I'm devastated. After my coffee meeting with Dylan, I didn't speak to him for a week. Then my parents asked to meet with Chris and me to discuss the family situation. We met at their house. They sat us down and said they're very concerned about the division I'm causing in the family. They said Dylan and Amber are hurt and confused, and my refusal to reconcile is creating a toxic environment. I reiterated that Dylan hijacked our engagement party and has never apologized. My dad said, "We've raised you better than to hold grudges. Forgiveness is important." Then came the ultimatum. They said if Dylan isn't invited to our wedding, they're not sure they can attend, because it would be choosing sides, and they won't participate in excluding their son. I was shocked. I said, "So you're choosing not to come to my wedding to support Dylan, who disrespected me and hasn't apologized?" My mom started crying and said I'm twisting their words. She said they love me and want to be at my wedding, but they also can't support me punishing Dylan. She said the right thing to do is for me to forgive him, invite him to the wedding, and move forward as a family. Chris spoke up and said, "With respect, Dylan hasn't actually done anything to deserve forgiveness. He proposed at our engagement party without permission, showed no remorse, scheduled his wedding strategically before ours, and now wants us to change our wedding date. Why is the burden of reconciliation entirely on us?" My dad said Chris was being disrespectful and that we don't understand how families work. The meeting ended with my parents saying they need to think about whether they'll attend our wedding if Dylan isn't invited. My mom said, "We hope you'll do the right thing before we have to make that decision." I left in tears. Chris is furious and says my family is manipulating me. He says if my parents choose not to come, that's on them, not on me. But I'm heartbroken. I always imagined my parents at my wedding, my dad walking me down the aisle, my mom helping me get ready. Now they might not be there because I won't forgive my brother for something he won't even apologize for? My best friend says my parents are being emotionally abusive and I shouldn't give in. My sister called and begged me to just invite Dylan so the family can heal. She said, "Is your pride really worth losing your parents at your wedding?" But it's not about pride. It's about respect. Dylan disrespected us, and my family expects me to just accept it and move on while he faces no consequences. Am I the asshole for standing firm even if it means my parents won't come to my wedding? Should I just invite Dylan to keep my family intact? Or is Chris right that my family is manipulating me and I should hold my boundary? I feel like I'm in an impossible situation. Either I compromise my boundaries and let Dylan attend despite his disrespect, or I potentially lose my parents at one of the most important days of my life. What do I do? Am I the for refusing to host family holidays after 8 years when no one ever helps or appreciates it? I, 32-year-old female, have been hosting every major family holiday for the past 8 years. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, 4th of July, you name it. My husband, Matt, 34-year-old male, and I have a large house with a big dining room, so when we bought it, I offered to start hosting family gatherings. At first, I enjoyed it, but it's become exhausting. I spend days cleaning, shopping, cooking elaborate meals for 15 to 20 people, setting everything up perfectly. During the actual gatherings, I'm stuck in the kitchen the entire time cooking, serving, and cleaning while everyone else relaxes in the living room. I've asked for help many times. People say, "Oh, sure, what can I do?" But when I give them tasks, they do them half-heartedly or disappear after 5 minutes. My sister brings store-bought rolls and considers that her contribution. My brother shows up empty-handed. My mom supervises from a chair and tells me I'm doing it wrong. Last Thanksgiving was my breaking point. I was alone in the kitchen for 5 hours while everyone watched football. When I finally sat down to eat, my dad complained the turkey was dry, and my mother-in-law said the potatoes needed more salt. No one said thank you. After dinner, everyone left immediately, leaving me with hours of cleanup. I told Matt I'm done hosting. He understood and agreed. I called my family and told them someone else needs to host from now on. They're furious, saying I'm ruining family traditions and being selfish. My mom said I signed up for this when I offered to host years ago. Am I the for refusing to continue? I need to add more context because the comments are asking good questions. When I say I ask for help and people disappear, I mean literally. Last Christmas, I asked my sister to watch the oven timer while I set the table. She said yes, then I found her 20 minutes later in the living room on her phone. The timer had been going off for 10 minutes, and the rolls were burned. When I got upset, she said, "I forgot," and acted like I was overreacting. My brother, Jake, 29 male, has never once brought food, offered to help cook, or stayed to clean up. He shows up right when dinner is ready, eats, and leaves within an hour. When I mentioned this to him, he said, "I thought you liked hosting," as if that means he has no obligation to contribute. My mom's supervision involves standing near me and critiquing everything. "That's too much garlic. You should have made more vegetables. Why didn't you make my recipe?" But she won't actually help cook. If I ask her to chop something, she complains her arthritis is bothering her, but then she's fine carrying dishes to the table when it's time to eat. Matt's family is just as bad. His brother brings his kids who run around destroying things, and when I ask his brother to watch them, he says, "They're just having fun. Relax." His mother always has dietary restrictions that change every holiday. Last year she was avoiding dairy. This year it's gluten. But she never tells me in advance, so I have to scramble to accommodate her at the last minute. The expectation seems to be that hosting means doing everything. When I suggested potluck style where everyone brings a dish, my mom said that's tacky and not how we do things. When I suggested rotating hosts, my sister said her apartment is too small, and my brother said he doesn't know how to cook for that many people. After last Thanksgiving, Matt and I were up until 1 a.m. cleaning. My back hurt for 3 days from being on my feet all day. I cried from exhaustion and feeling unappreciated. That's when Matt said we needed to stop hosting. When I told my family we weren't hosting Christmas, my mom called it devastating and said I was breaking up the family. My dad said I was being dramatic about a little cooking and cleaning. My sister said if I couldn't handle it, I should have just asked for help, completely ignoring that I've been asking for help for 8 years. Matt's mom said I was depriving the grandchildren of family memories, and that hosting is part of being a wife and mother. I don't have kids, so I'm not sure what that means. Matt defended me, which caused his mom to cry and say he's changed since marrying me. Several people suggested I just make it simpler. Order takeout. Use paper plates, don't make so many dishes. But when I tried that one year, everyone complained that it wasn't the same and asked why I didn't make real food. I feel like I can't win. If I host, I'm exhausted and unappreciated. If I don't host, I'm destroying family traditions and being selfish. My best friend says my family has been taking advantage of me for years and I'm right to stop. But I feel guilty, especially thinking about the kids not having big family holidays anymore. Am I the asshole for refusing to host? Or have I been reasonable in my request for others to step up? Edit. My family showed up at my house anyway yesterday and things got really bad. I didn't expect this response, but I need to update because the situation exploded yesterday. Christmas is in 2 weeks. Since I said I wasn't hosting, I assumed someone else would volunteer or we'd make alternative plans. That didn't happen. Instead, my mom called everyone and told them Christmas dinner would be at my house, as usual, at 3 p.m. on Christmas Day. She didn't tell me this. I found out when my sister texted asking what she should bring. Store-bought rolls, as always. I immediately called my mom and said, "I told you I'm not hosting. Why did you tell everyone to come here?" My mom said, "Don't be ridiculous. Where else would we have Christmas? We've always had it at your house. Everyone's expecting it." I repeated that I wasn't hosting, and she needed to tell everyone the plans had changed. She refused. She said I was being selfish and dramatic, and that I'd come around once I realized I was ruining Christmas for everyone. Yesterday, Sunday, I was home with Matt when cars started pulling up. My parents, my siblings, Matt's parents, his brother's family, everyone showed up with bags of groceries and started trying to come inside. I opened the door but didn't let them in. I asked what they were doing. My mom said they were here to help me with Christmas prep so I wouldn't be overwhelmed on the actual day. I said, "I told you I'm not hosting Christmas. I meant it. You need to leave." My dad said I was being unreasonable and that they'd driven all the way here. They live 20 minutes away. My brother tried to push past me with bags of groceries, saying, "Come on, don't make this a whole thing." Matt came to the door and backed me up. He said firmly, "We told you we're not hosting. You need to make other plans. Please leave." His mother started crying. His dad called Matt disrespectful. My mom said I was destroying Christmas and asked how I could do this to the children, my nephew and nieces. I held firm and said they needed to leave. Eventually they did, but not before my dad said some really hurtful things about me being ungrateful for everything they've done for me over the years. Now my phone is blowing up. Multiple family members are calling me selfish, cruel, and a Grinch. My sister posted on Facebook, not naming me directly, but obviously about me, about how some people are so self-centered they ruin holidays for everyone else. My mom called Matt's mom, and now Matt's mom is pressuring him to talk sense into me. She said I'm being influenced by modern feminism ideas about not wanting to cook, and that I'm setting a bad example. Update. My brother went behind my back and I'm honestly shocked. After I refused to let everyone in yesterday, I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. This morning, I got a call from my landlord. Wait, I should clarify. Matt and I don't own our house. We rent it from a private landlord, Mr. Chen, who's been great to us for 6 years. Mr. Chen called and said, "Your brother called me and asked for permission to use the house for a Christmas party. He said you were having health issues and couldn't do the planning yourself, so he wanted to surprise you by organizing it. I told him I needed to check with you first." I was stunned. I called Jake immediately and asked what the hell he was thinking. He said, "You won't let us host at your place, so I figured I'd go over your head. Once Mr. Chen said yes, you wouldn't be able to stop us." I told him that's insane and that I would absolutely be able to stop him because I live here. He said I was making a mountain out of a molehill and that once Christmas dinner was happening, I'd get into the spirit of it. I asked if he was seriously planning to show up at my house with the whole family, use my kitchen, my dishes, my furniture, and just have Christmas whether I wanted them there or not. He said, "Well, yeah. Otherwise there's no Christmas dinner, and that's your fault." When I pointed out that he could host at his own place, he said, "My place isn't set up for it. Yours is. That's why you've always done it." That's when I realized. My family doesn't see hosting as something I've been generously doing for them. They see my house as the family gathering venue, like a free event space they're entitled to use. I'm just the caterer who comes with the venue. I told Jake if he or anyone else shows up at my house on Christmas, I'll call the police for trespassing. He laughed and said, I wouldn't actually do that to family. Matt and I are now making plans to not be home on Christmas Day. We're thinking of going to a hotel or maybe driving to visit his college friend who lives 3 hours away. I never thought I'd be fleeing my own home on Christmas to avoid my family, but here we are. My mom called crying, saying I'm ruining Christmas for the grandchildren, and that they'll remember this forever. I said the grandchildren would be fine having Christmas literally anywhere else, and maybe this is a good opportunity for someone else in the family to step up. She said, "But no one else wants to. That's why you have to do it." And there it is. No one else wants to do the work, but they all feel entitled to enjoy the results of my work in my home. The entitlement is breathtaking. Am I the asshole for potentially leaving town on Christmas to avoid my family forcing their way into my house? Part of me feels like I'm being extreme, but another part of me feels like this is the only way they'll take me seriously. Matt says we should go and let them figure it out themselves. My best friend says my family is literally trying to break into my house to throw a party against my will, and that's not normal or okay. But I still feel guilty about the kids not having their normal Christmas. What should I do? Am I handling this all wrong? Am I, though, for practicing violin at home, despite my roommate calling it torture and threatening to move out? I, 26-year-old female, am a professional violinist who practices 4 to 6 hours daily at home. I've been doing this for years. It's my career, not a hobby. My roommate, Jade, 28-year-old female, moved in 8 months ago knowing I'm a musician. I specifically told her during the apartment showing that I practice extensively. She said it was totally fine and that she loves classical music. She even seemed excited to live with a professional musician. Now she's saying my practicing is unbearable torture and demanding I stop practicing at home. She works from home as a graphic designer and says the constant violin sounds make it impossible to concentrate. She's asked me to practice only between 8 to 10 p.m. or find somewhere else to practice. But I need to practice during daytime hours when my fingers are warmed up and my mind is fresh. Evening practice doesn't work for my schedule. I often have rehearsals or performances at night. Plus, I pay half the rent. This is my home too. I've tried compromises. Wearing a practice mute, which dulls the sound but also damages my tone development. Practicing in my bedroom with the door closed. Even buying soundproofing panels for my walls. None of it is good enough for Jade. Last week she said, if I don't cut my practice to under 2 hours per day, she's moving out, and I'll have to find a new roommate. She says I misrepresented how much I practice, and that she didn't realize it would be constant noise all day. My musician friends say Jade is being unreasonable. She knew what she signed up for. But Jade's friends are telling her I'm being inconsiderate and treating the apartment like a music studio at her expense. Am I, though? I need to clarify a few things because the comments are asking good questions, and I realize I wasn't fully transparent in my original post. First, about what I told Jade when she moved in. I said I'm a professional violinist and practice extensively. I did not specify that meant 4 to 6 hours daily. When she asked, "How much do you practice?" I said something like, "Several hours a day. It's my full-time job." She said, that was fine. Looking back, several hours could mean 2 to 3 hours to someone who isn't a musician. I didn't clarify it meant 4 to 6 plus hours because I assumed she understood what professional musician meant. Second, about Jade's work situation. She's not just working from home occasionally. She's on video calls and client presentations frequently throughout the day. She's told me specific times when she has important calls, usually 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. But that's exactly when I need to practice most intensively. I've tried to be flexible, but sometimes I forget she has a call and start a particularly loud Paganini caprice in the next room. She's had to mute herself or reschedule calls because of my practicing. Third, about the soundproofing attempts. The panels I bought were $300 and haven't made much difference. Jade researched professional soundproofing, and it would cost $3,000 to $5,000 to properly soundproof my room. She asked if we could split the cost, but I said no. That's extremely expensive for a rental apartment, and I'm not sure we'd get our security deposit back after drilling into walls for installation. Fourth, about my practice schedule. My typical day looks like this. 8:30 to 10:30 a.m., technical practice, scales, etudes, difficult passages. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., repertoire work, pieces I'm learning or performing. 2 to 4 p.m., orchestra or chamber music rehearsal practice. 5 to 7 p.m., sometimes additional practice if I have a concert coming up. So I'm playing violin in our shared apartment for 4 to 6 hours spread throughout the entire day. Jade says it's relentless, and she can't escape it even when she goes to her bedroom. Fifth, about the mute. Professional violinists don't practice with mutes regularly because it changes the tone and doesn't prepare you for actual performance conditions. I tried using a practice mute for a week to accommodate Jade, but my teacher immediately noticed my tone had deteriorated. She told me I can't continue using a mute for all practice if I want to maintain my performance quality. Sixth, about finding other practice spaces. The conservatory where I studied has practice rooms, but they're now reserved for current students only. I could rent a music studio for $40 to $60 an hour, but at 4 to 6 hours daily, that's $160 to $360 per day, or $3,200 to $7,200 per month. That's completely unaffordable on my musician's salary, which is honestly not great. I make about $35,000 per year from teaching, freelance performances, and orchestra gigs combined. Some commenters suggested practicing at a church or community center. I've looked into this, but most spaces aren't available during daytime hours, when I need them, and the ones that are available charge rental fees I can't afford. Seventh, about Jade's complaint that I misrepresented the situation. She says when she visited the apartment, I was not practicing at the time. She thought the apartment was peaceful and quiet. She says if she'd heard me practicing during the showing, she never would have moved in. I counter that she visited at 6 p.m., after my usual practice hours. I wasn't deliberately hiding anything. She just happened to visit when I wasn't practicing. Eighth, about our lease situation. We're both on the lease, which runs for another 7 months. If Jade moves out, I can't afford the rent alone. It's $2,400 per month, and I can't pay that on my salary. I'd need to find a new roommate, but I'm worried I'll have the same problem again. Jade says if I don't reduce my practice hours, she'll break the lease and leave me responsible for finding a replacement roommate or covering full rent. She's contacted our landlord asking if there's a noise complaint process, but practicing musical instruments during reasonable hours is actually allowed per our lease. Ninth, about my professional needs. I have a major audition coming up in 6 weeks for a full-time orchestra position, which would significantly improve my financial situation. I need to practice intensively to prepare. Cutting back to 2 hours per day would make it nearly impossible to be ready for this audition. I tried explaining this to Jade and she said, "So you're prioritizing one audition over my mental health and ability to work?" My teacher says Jade is being unreasonable and I should prioritize my career. My non-musician friends are more divided. Some say Jade should have known what she was getting into. Others say 4 to 6 hours of violin daily is objectively a lot to subject a roommate to. Am I the asshole? Is this just an incompatibility issue where nobody's really wrong? Or should I be doing more to accommodate Jade? Edit. Jade left her laptop open yesterday, and I saw something that complicates this situation significantly. I came home from teaching lessons yesterday afternoon, and Jade had left her laptop open on the kitchen table. She'd apparently stepped out to get groceries. Her email was visible on the screen, and the top message was from our landlord. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the subject line caught my eye. Options for early lease termination. I know I shouldn't have, but I read it. The landlord had written that if both tenants agree, We could terminate the lease early with 60 days' notice and forfeit 1 month's rent, $2,400. But that wasn't the shocking part. The landlord also wrote, "However, as we discussed on the phone, if you can document a pattern of excessive noise that violates quiet enjoyment of the premises, you may have grounds to break the lease without penalty, and your roommate would remain responsible for the remaining rent." Jade had apparently called the landlord to ask about getting out of the lease and leaving me holding the bag for full rent. The email thread showed she'd been corresponding with the landlord for 3 weeks, trying to build a case that my practicing constitutes excessive noise that violates her right to quiet enjoyment. She'd been recording my practice sessions and keeping a log of hours and volume levels. I felt sick. This wasn't just about her being annoyed by noise. She was trying to legally force me out, or stick me with rent I can't afford. I confronted her when she got home. I admitted I saw the email and asked what she was doing. She didn't deny it. She said, "You won't compromise, so I'm pursuing my legal options. I'm allowed to protect my ability to work and live peacefully." I said, "You're trying to get out of the lease and leave me paying rent I can't afford. That's not pursuing options. That's sabotaging me." She said, "You're sabotaging my career by practicing constantly. I've lost client calls because of your noise. I'm doing what I need to do." Update. The landlord came to inspect, and this has spiraled into something I never expected. After I confronted Jade about the emails, she doubled down. She called the landlord and requested a formal noise inspection and meeting with both of us. The landlord came yesterday. He brought a decibel meter and asked me to practice while he measured. I played for 30 minutes, a mix of technical exercises and repertoire. The meter showed 70 to 85 decibels in my room, 55 to 65 decibels in Jade's room, with her door closed, and 50 to 55 decibels in the living room. The landlord said these levels are about the same as a vacuum cleaner or normal conversation, and are well within acceptable daytime noise levels. Per the lease and city ordinances, I'm allowed to make reasonable noise between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m., and musical instrument practice counts as reasonable. He told Jade he doesn't have grounds to terminate her lease early without penalty, and my practicing doesn't violate any noise ordinances or lease terms. Jade broke down crying. Not angry crying, desperate crying. She said, "I can't keep living like this. I'm losing work. I'm losing clients. I can't focus. I can't relax. I haven't had a quiet day in 8 months." The landlord said he sympathized, but it's a compatibility issue, not a lease violation. He suggested Jade could move out with 60 days' notice and forfeit 1 month rent, or she could stay and try to work out a schedule with me. After the landlord left, Jade and I had a long conversation. She said something that really hit me. "You get to do what you love in your home and make it your career. I have to work in constant noise and stress. How is that fair?" I said, "I told you I'm a musician before you moved in." She said, "I thought musicians practiced like 2 hours a day. I thought it would be background music sometimes. I didn't understand it would be 6 hours of repetitive scales and the same 4 measures of a piece played 200 times in a row. I didn't sign up for this." And honestly, I get it now. From a non-musician's perspective, hearing me practice isn't like listening to a concert. It's hearing the same difficult passage played badly, over and over, stopping and starting, scales, technical exercises. It's not beautiful background music, it's work noise. I said, "What if I found a studio to practice in for 3 hours a day, and only practiced at home for 2 to 3 hours during times you don't have calls?" She said, "How would you afford that?" I said, "I'd figure it out. Maybe teach more lessons. Maybe cut back on other expenses." She looked surprised and said, "Would you really do that?" I said yes. Not because I think I was wrong, but because I don't want to force someone to live in conditions that make them miserable, even if I'm technically within my rights. We agreed on a trial. I'll practice at home only 8 to 10 a.m. and after 5 p.m., when she's done with work, and I'll find external practice space for midday hours. If I can't afford external space, I'll ask my teacher if I can use her studio during her free hours. Jade agreed to stay through the lease if this arrangement works. I'm still not sure I was the asshole in the original situation. I disclosed I'm a musician. I'm within my rights to practice at home, and this is my career. But I also see now that legal rights don't mean someone isn't suffering, and compromise isn't the same as admitting wrongdoing. So I guess the verdict is NAH. No assholes here. Just two people with incompatible needs trying to share space, and neither of us understood what the other person's life required until it became a crisis. If you're a musician looking for roommates, be extremely specific about practice hours. And if you're moving in with a musician, ask exactly what "I practice extensively" means in hours per day. Lesson learned on both sides. Am I the for refusing to wake up when my family needs me during the day because I work night shift? I, 27-year-old female, work as an ER nurse on the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 4 days a week. I've been on this schedule for 2 years. When I get home in the morning, I sleep from roughly 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. to recover and maintain my sleep schedule. I live with my boyfriend, Eric, 29-year-old male, who works a regular 9-to-5 office job from home. My sister, Kelly, 24-year-old female, also lives with us temporarily. She moved in 6 months ago after a breakup and is job hunting. Here's the problem. Eric and Kelly constantly wake me up during the day for things that aren't emergencies. Eric will wake me to ask where something is or to get my opinion on something work-related. Kelly wakes me to ask if she can borrow clothes or to tell me about a job application she submitted. Sometimes they wake me just to chat because they're bored. I've explained repeatedly that I need sleep to function safely at my job. I work in emergency medicine where mistakes can literally kill people. They both say they understand, but continue waking me up multiple times per week. Last week, Eric woke me at noon to ask if I wanted him to order lunch for me. I'd been asleep for 4 hours after a particularly brutal shift. I snapped at him that no, I don't want lunch, I want sleep. He got hurt and said he was just trying to be thoughtful. Yesterday, Kelly woke me at 2 p.m. I'd only been asleep 6 hours, to ask if she could use my car to drive to an interview. This could have been a text. When I said yes but asked her to please let me sleep, she got defensive and said, "I'm always cranky and need to be nicer to people trying to help." I told them both if they wake me again for non-emergencies, I'm installing a lock on my bedroom door. Eric says that's extreme and I'm shutting them out. Am I the juror? I need to add context because people are asking valid questions. When I say non-emergencies, I mean truly non-urgent things that could wait until I'm awake. Here are actual examples from the past month. Eric woke me to ask where his favorite coffee mug was. It was in the dishwasher. If I thought he should take a work call now or later. What I wanted for dinner that evening, 6+ hours away. If I'd seen his phone charger. Whether a shirt he was wearing looked good for a video call. Kelly woke me to show me a funny meme. Ask if I wanted to watch a movie with her later. Tell me about a date she'd been on the night before. Ask if she looked okay in an outfit. Request help with her resume while I was asleep at 1 p.m. These aren't occasional incidents. I'm being woken 3 to 5 times per week, and it's destroying my sleep quality. I work 12-hour shifts in a high-stress emergency room. I come home mentally and physically exhausted. Broken sleep during the day makes everything harder. I've tried explaining this in different ways. Imagine if I woke you at 2 a.m. every night to ask random questions. That's what you're doing to me. My daytime is your nighttime. Please respect my sleep like I respect yours. I need 7 to 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep to be safe at work. They both say they understand, apologize, and then do it again within days. Eric's defense is that he forgets I'm sleeping because I'm home during the day, and it feels like I'm just napping rather than doing my main sleep. He says when he needs something or has a question, his instinct is to ask me, and he doesn't think about whether I'm sleeping. Kelly's defense is that she's going through a hard time with her breakup and job search, and she needs emotional support from family. She says I'm being cold by not being available when she needs me. But I am available, just not during my sleep hours. I'm awake from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. every day before work. That's 7 hours they could talk to me, ask me things, hang out with me. But they seem to specifically need me during my sleep time. My best friend, also a night shift nurse, says this is a common problem and that they're being incredibly disrespectful. She installed a lock on her door and uses white noise machines, and she says it's the only way she maintains her sanity. But Eric says installing a lock is creating barriers in our relationship and sends a message that I don't want to be part of the household. He says couples should have access to each other, and that locking him out feels like I don't trust him. Kelly says if I lock my door, she'll feel like she's not welcome in the house and might as well move out. Part of me thinks that might not be a bad thing, but I don't want to kick her out when she's struggling. My mom called me after Kelly told her about the conflict. Mom says I should be more patient with Kelly because she's going through a tough time, and that family helps family. She says I can catch up on sleep on my days off. I can't. That's not how sleep debt works, especially with night shift. Eric's sister came over last weekend, and Eric told her about our conflict. She sided with me immediately. She said, if someone's sleep schedule is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., you don't wake them unless the house is on fire. This is basic respect. Eric got annoyed and said his sister doesn't understand our relationship dynamics. Am I being unreasonable? Should I be more flexible since I'm home during the day? Or am I right that my sleep needs to be respected regardless of when it happens? Edit. I installed the lock yesterday, and now Eric is threatening to move out. After posting, I bought a keyed lock and installed it on my bedroom door yesterday morning. I didn't ask permission, I just did it. When I went to work last night, I locked the door. I came home this morning to find Eric sitting at the kitchen table, furious. He'd apparently tried to get into the bedroom while I was at work to get something he needed and couldn't get in. He said this was the final straw, and he's seriously considering whether he wants to stay in this relationship. He said locking him out of his own bedroom, we share the room, is controlling and punitive, and that I'm treating him like a child who can't be trusted. He said, if I can't trust him to respect my sleep, we have bigger problems than a lock. Here's the thing. I don't trust him to respect my sleep because he's proven over and over that he won't. But saying that out loud made him even angrier. Kelly also weighed in, saying the lock is hostile and makes her feel unwelcome. She said she was coming to ask me something yesterday afternoon, saw the locked door and felt rejected. She's now giving me the silent treatment. I tried to explain, the lock isn't personal. It's a tool to protect my sleep so I can do my job safely. You can still talk to me just during my waking hours. But they both think I'm being dramatic and that the lock is a symbol of me choosing work over family. My mom called, Kelly must have told her, and said I'm pushing everyone away and that I need to find a compromise. She suggested I just take naps during the day and do my real sleeping at night like a normal person. I tried to explain that's not how night shift works. My body is adjusted to sleeping during the day. Switching back and forth would destroy my health. She said I should just switch to day shift then, if night shift is causing so many problems. The thing is, I like night shift. I'm paid more, there's a shift differential, and I find the ER is actually less chaotic at night in some ways. Plus, I've built seniority on nights, and switching to days would mean starting over at the bottom of the schedule. Eric says if I care more about my night shift than our relationship, maybe I need to reconsider my priorities. He says normal couples share a bedroom that both people can access freely, and the lock is proof I'm not committed to being in a partnership. But I'm sleeping in that room, It's not like I'm locking him out for fun. I'm literally unconscious and need to not be disturbed. Update. They tested me yesterday and I'm so angry I can hardly see straight. I went to work last night. I locked my bedroom door as usual. I worked my full shift, came home at 7:30 a.m. and went to sleep around 8 a.m. At 11 a.m., I was woken by pounding on my door and Eric screaming, "Wake up! Kelly's hurt! It's an emergency!" I stumbled out of bed, unlocked the door, ran out in my pajamas, adrenaline pumping, fully in emergency mode from work. Kelly was sitting on the couch, completely fine. She'd twisted her ankle and needed ice. I stared at them both. "You woke me up for a twisted ankle that needs ice?" Eric said defensively, "You wouldn't wake up. We were knocking for 5 minutes. What if it had been a real emergency?" That's when I realized this was a test. They'd staged this emergency to prove that my locked door was dangerous. I asked Kelly, "Are you actually hurt?" She looked guilty and said, "I mean, my ankle is a little sore." I looked at Eric. "Did you tell her to say it was an emergency so I'd wake up?" He didn't answer, which was an answer. I was so angry I was shaking. "You staged a fake emergency to test whether I'd wake up? Do you have any idea what that does to someone who works in an actual ER? I thought someone was dying." Eric said I was proving his point, that if there's a real emergency, the lock could delay my response. I said, "Then call 911 like any normal person. You don't need me for a twisted ankle that needs ice." Kelly started crying and said I was being mean. Eric said I'm impossible to live with, and that the lock has to go or he's moving out. I told him to pack his bags. He looked shocked. He said, "You're choosing a lock over me?" I said, "No. I'm choosing basic respect for my sleep and my safety at work over people who stage fake emergencies to manipulate me." Eric went to our room. I unlocked it so he could pack, and Kelly locked herself in the guest room. My mom has called 3 times, but I haven't answered. My friend from work came over on her break and said what they did is absolutely unacceptable and possibly could have traumatized me. I deal with real emergencies at work. Fake ones at home mess with my head. But now I'm second-guessing myself. Eric is actually packing. Kelly is looking at apartments. My family is saying I'm tearing the household apart over just sleep. Am I the asshole? Did I overreact? Should I compromise somehow? Or is this relationship just not compatible with my career? AITA for continuing to foster rescue dogs despite my wife asking me to stop after 3 years. I, 30-year-old male, have been fostering rescue dogs through a local shelter for 3 years. My wife, Nina, 29-year-old female, initially supported this when I started. I foster high-needs dogs, seniors, medical cases, behavioral issues, dogs that are hard to adopt out and would likely be euthanized without foster homes. At any given time, we have 2 to 4 foster dogs in our home, sometimes more if there's an emergency intake. Each dog stays anywhere from a few weeks to several months until they're adopted. I've successfully fostered and rehomed 47 dogs in 3 years. Last month, Nina told me she wants me to stop fostering. She says it's taken over our lives. Our house always smells like dog. Our furniture is destroyed. We can't travel spontaneously. We can't have people over without navigating multiple dogs with various behavioral issues, and she's exhausted from the constant chaos. I understand her frustration, but I told her I can't just stop. The shelter relies on me as one of their few high-needs foster homes. If I stop, these dogs have nowhere to go. They'll be euthanized. Nina said that's not our responsibility, and that I'm choosing dogs over our marriage and quality of life. She wants us to either stop fostering entirely or take a minimum 6-month break, and then maybe foster only 1 dog at a time with easier needs. I told her I can't do that. The shelter has 3 medical case dogs coming in next week who need foster homes. If I say no, they have no other options. Nina said if I bring those dogs home, she's staying at her sister's until I figure out my priorities. Am I the... I want to provide more context because people are asking important questions. Nina did initially support my fostering, but I don't think she understood what she was agreeing to. When I started, I was taking easy fosters, young, healthy dogs who just needed temporary homes while waiting for adoption. Those dogs were usually adopted within 2 to 3 weeks. It was manageable. But about 18 months ago, the shelter started asking me to take harder cases because I'd proven I could handle it. I said yes because, honestly, how could I say no? They'd send me photos of senior dogs, or dogs with medical issues, or behavioral problems, and they'd say, "You're our only option. If you can't take them, we have to make a decision," meaning euthanasia. So I started taking those dogs, and they take longer to foster, sometimes months, and they're harder to manage. Some have separation anxiety and destroy things when left alone. Some have medical needs requiring multiple vet visits and medication schedules. Some have reactivity issues with other dogs or people. Currently, we have 4 foster dogs. Buddy, 12-year-old lab mix with arthritis and incontinence issues. Daisy, 8-year-old pit bull with severe anxiety who's destroyed 2 couches and a door frame. Max, 6-year-old shepherd mix who's reactive to strangers and can't have visitors in the house. Luna, 10-year-old hound mix recovering from heartworm treatment who needs restricted activity and lots of medication. Nina works from home. I work at an office. So Nina is home alone with these dogs all day, managing their various issues, cleaning up accidents, dealing with barking and destruction, unable to have coworkers or friends visit because of Max's reactivity. She didn't sign up for this specific situation. When I started fostering, it was different. But here's my perspective. These dogs will die if I stop. The shelter is overcrowded, underfunded, and euthanizes dogs regularly. They've told me explicitly that the dogs I take are on the euthanasia list if I don't foster them. How am I supposed to say no, knowing that? Nina says I'm being emotionally manipulated by the shelter and that I can't save every dog. She says there will always be dogs who need fostering, and if I never say no, this will continue forever. She's right about that. There are always more dogs. The shelter calls me every few weeks with new urgent cases. Nina also says our own quality of life matters. She wants to start trying for a baby, but she says she won't bring a child into our current chaotic situation. She says if I can't prioritize our future family over foster dogs, she needs to reconsider our marriage. That hurt. But I also think it's unfair to give me an ultimatum like that. My best friend says I'm being unreasonable and that Nina has a point. I've let fostering take over our entire lives. He says he hasn't been able to visit our house in over a year because of the reactive dog situation, and that Nina is essentially living in a shelter environment in her own home. But my shelter coordinator says I'm one of their most valuable fosters, and that the work I do saves lives. She says most people couldn't handle what I handle, and that it's a calling. Nina says it might be a calling, but it shouldn't cost our marriage. The 3 dogs coming next week are all seniors with medical issues. One has diabetes and needs insulin injections twice daily. One is blind and needs a specific environment. One is recovering from surgery. The shelter says they have literally no other foster options, and these dogs will be euthanized this weekend if I don't take them. How can I say no to that? But if I say yes, Nina is leaving. Am I the asshole for continuing to foster despite Nina's objections? Should fostering take priority over my wife's happiness? Or is she being unreasonable asking me to stop something that saves lives? Edit. Nina saw this post and now things are much worse. I didn't tell Nina I was posting here, but she saw my phone notification and read the post. She's furious that I shared our private conflict online, and even more furious about how I characterized the situation. She says I made her sound like she doesn't care about animals and left out crucial details. She's right. I was trying to keep the post short, but I didn't represent her perspective fairly. Here's what Nina says I omitted. First, She's not against fostering in general. She's against the level of fostering I'm doing. She never agreed to our home being a constant revolving door of high-needs dogs with no breaks in between. Second, I've been bringing dogs home without consulting her. I'll get a call from the shelter about an emergency case, immediately say yes, and then tell Nina when I get home that we have a new foster arriving tomorrow. She hasn't had veto power or even input for months. Third, the house destruction is worse than I indicated. Daisy hasn't just destroyed 2 couches and a door frame. She's also destroyed our bed, chewed through drywall in 3 places, destroyed multiple pairs of Nina's shoes, including expensive work heels, and tore up irreplaceable photo albums. I've replaced what I can, but Nina says it's not just about the stuff. It's that she can't have anything nice in her own home. And every time she gets attached to something, a foster dog destroys it. Fourth, Max's reactivity is more serious than I described. He hasn't just prevented visitors. He lunged at Nina's mother when she came to drop something off, and he bit the mail carrier. Didn't break skin, but it was reported. Nina says we're 1 incident away from a lawsuit and potential removal of all our fosters. Fifth, the incontinence issue with Buddy means our house constantly smells like urine no matter how much she cleans. She's embarrassed to have anyone over. Sixth, and this is big, Nina has been handling the majority of the foster care despite working full-time from home. I'm at the office 9 to 5, so she's the one managing medical issues, cleaning up accidents, dealing with barking during her work calls, taking dogs to vet appointments. I come home and spend time with the dogs in the evening, but the daytime burden falls entirely on her. She says, I get all the emotional reward of saving lives, while she does most of the exhausting labor. Seventh, we haven't had a vacation in 3 years. Every time we plan something, I have foster dogs who can't be boarded, medical or behavioral issues, so we cancel. Eighth, and she started crying when she told me this, she had a miscarriage 8 months ago that I didn't mention in my post. She was 10 weeks pregnant. We hadn't told anyone yet. She says when she miscarried, I was managing a foster dog medical crisis. Buddy had a bad arthritis flare-up, and she felt like I was more worried about the dog than about her and our lost pregnancy. I don't think that's fair. I was devastated about the miscarriage, but she's right that I was also dealing with Buddy's crisis at the same time, and maybe I didn't support her the way she needed. She says that was when she realized our life has become entirely about foster dogs, and her needs, emotional, physical, practical, come second. Update. I went to the shelter and found out something that changes everything. After reading Nina's perspective and the comments here, I decided to go to the shelter and have an honest conversation with my coordinator about taking a break. I explained that my marriage is in crisis and I need to stop fostering for at least 6 months. I expected her to be disappointed but understanding. Instead, she got angry. She said I was abandoning the dogs, that I'd made a commitment, and that she'd been counting on me. When I held firm, she said, "Fine, but don't expect us to take you back as a foster when you decide you care about animals again." That rubbed me the wrong way, so I started asking questions. Like, why am I the only foster who can take high-needs dogs? She'd always told me I was their only option, but surely that's not true. Turns out, it's not true. The shelter has a network of about 40 foster homes. At least 10 of them are experienced with medical and behavioral cases. When I asked why they kept telling me I was the only option, she got defensive and said, "You're the only one who always says yes." I asked to see the euthanasia list she'd mentioned. She said it was confidential. I pushed back. I've been making decisions based on dogs being euthanized, so I should be able to verify that. She finally admitted that while the shelter does euthanize for space, the dogs she'd been sending me weren't necessarily on the euthanasia list. They were just harder to place, and I was easier to work with than other fosters because I never said no. I felt sick. I've been running myself and my marriage into the ground based on the belief that I was the last hope for these dogs, and it turns out the shelter just found me convenient. I called Nina from the parking lot and told her everything. She was quiet for a long time, then said, "So I've been living in hell for a year and a half because the shelter coordinator found you easy to manipulate?" I drove home. Nina and I talked for hours. She showed me the text messages between her and her sister and her friends over the past 18 months. She's been miserable. Her friends have been telling her to leave me. Her sister has been begging her to set boundaries. I read messages where Nina talked about crying in the bathroom at work because she couldn't handle coming home to the chaos. Messages where she said she feels like a dog kennel employee in her own home. Messages where she said she loves me but doesn't know how much longer she can do this. I had no idea she was this unhappy. Or maybe I did, and I ignored it because I was focused on the dogs. The 3 dogs scheduled to arrive next week? I called the shelter and said no. The coordinator tried the guilt trip again. "These dogs will die without you." And I said, "Then you'll find another foster, or you'll make room at the shelter. I'm done." She hung up on me. Nina cried. Not sad crying, relief crying. She said, "Thank you. I've been begging you to choose me for so long." We're starting the process of finding adoptive or new foster homes for our current 4 dogs. It'll take a few weeks, but the shelter, despite being mad at me, will take them back if needed. Nina wants us to go to marriage counseling. I agreed. She also wants to move to a new house because this one has too many bad memories and lingering smells. That'll take longer, but we're looking into it. I'm realizing I became so focused on saving dogs that I lost sight of everything else. My wife, our marriage, our future family. Nina says she's willing to try again, but only if things truly change. So, I was the asshole. Nina was right. The shelter was manipulating me, and I almost destroyed my marriage over it. We're not fostering again anytime soon. Maybe someday, but only 1 dog at a time, and only with Nina's full input and agreement. I'm just glad I figured this out before I lost her completely. Am I there for learning sign language to talk to my deaf nephew when his parents refuse to? I, 27-year-old female, have a nephew, Liam, 5-year-old male, who was born profoundly deaf. My brother, Marcus, 30-year-old male, and his wife, Ashley, 29-year-old female, made the decision not to teach Liam sign language. They're committed to the oral method, focusing on lip reading, speech therapy, and hearing aids. They believe this will help him integrate better into the hearing world. I respect their parenting choices, but I noticed Liam struggling. At family gatherings, he'd sit alone looking frustrated while conversations happened around him. He'd try to communicate, but people couldn't understand him, and he couldn't follow what others were saying. It was heartbreaking to watch this bright, energetic kid being isolated. 2 years ago, I started learning ASL. I didn't tell Marcus and Ashley. I just quietly took classes and practiced. When I felt confident enough, I started signing with Liam during family visits. His face lit up the first time I signed to him. Finally, someone who could actually communicate with him fully. Now Liam always wants to be near me at family events. We have conversations, tell jokes, and he can actually express his thoughts and feelings. I've taught him signs for things he loves: dinosaurs, space, his favorite foods. He started asking his parents if he can come to my house more often. Marcus and Ashley recently confronted me. They're furious that I learned ASL behind their backs and are teaching Liam to sign. They say I'm undermining their parenting decision and making them look like bad parents. Ashley said Liam now prefers me because I'm taking the easy route instead of helping him adapt to the hearing world like they're trying to do. They've asked me to stop signing with Liam. Am I there for refusing? For context, since people are asking, Marcus and Ashley aren't completely ignoring Liam's needs. He goes to speech therapy 3 times a week, has hearing aids, and they work with him on lip reading. Ashley especially spends hours doing exercises with him. They're not neglectful parents. They genuinely believe the oral method is what's best for his future. Their argument is that if Liam becomes dependent on sign language, he won't develop the speech and lip-reading skills he needs to succeed in a predominantly hearing world. They worry that signing will become a crutch, and he won't be motivated to work on verbal communication. Their speech therapist, who specializes in the oral method, supports this approach. But here's what I've observed. At 5 years old, Liam can barely communicate with his own parents. He gets frustrated trying to lip read, especially in group settings or when people turn away. His speech is extremely limited despite years of therapy. Meanwhile, within months of learning ASL, he was having full conversations with me. He's smart and has so much to say. He just needs a language he can actually use. Marcus says I'm being judgmental of their parenting, and that my interference is damaging Liam's progress. He showed me research about children who use oral methods having better employment outcomes and social integration as adults. He says sign language can always come later, but these early years are critical for developing speech. Ashley cried and said I'm making her feel like a failure as a mother. She said every time Liam reaches for me instead of her at family gatherings, it breaks her heart. She feels like I've taken her son from her by being the fun aunt who speaks his language, while she's the strict mom who makes him work hard. My parents are divided. My mom thinks I should respect Marcus and Ashley's wishes as Liam's parents, even if I disagree. My dad quietly told me he's glad someone can actually talk to Liam, and thinks Marcus and Ashley are being stubborn. My wife, who's a teacher, says what matters most is Liam's well-being, and clearly he needs sign language to communicate. She thinks the parents are prioritizing their own comfort and ideology over their son's immediate needs. But I do feel guilty. I didn't mean to come between Liam and his parents. I just wanted to talk to my nephew. Am I the asshole for learning ASL and refusing to stop using it, even though it's going against his parents' explicit wishes? Edit. The situation has gotten more complicated and I need advice. After my original post, Marcus and Ashley invited me over to talk. I thought maybe we could find a compromise, but the conversation revealed some things I didn't know. First, they admitted they've been struggling financially with Liam's medical and therapy costs. Ashley said one reason they chose the oral method is because their insurance covers speech therapy, but not ASL classes for the whole family. Learning ASL properly would mean classes for both parents, which they can't afford on top of everything else. Second, Ashley broke down and admitted she's tried learning ASL on her own using YouTube videos, but she's struggling. She has dyslexia and finds it very difficult to learn a visual spatial language. She's embarrassed and feels inadequate. When she sees me signing fluently with Liam, it highlights what she can't do. Marcus said their biggest fear is that I'll teach Liam that his parents don't understand him and can't communicate with him, which will damage their relationship permanently. He said, "You get to be the hero who swoops in and signs with him for a few hours, then leave. We're the ones doing the hard work every single day, and you're making us look like we don't care." I tried to explain I never intended that, but Marcus said the impact is the same regardless of intent. He showed me a note from Liam's speech therapist saying that Liam has been less engaged in therapy since he started signing more, which could indicate he's giving up on developing verbal skills. They've proposed a compromise. I can continue learning ASL, but I can only sign with Liam during private time at my house, not at family gatherings. At family events, I should encourage him to use verbal communication and lip reading like his parents are working on. They also asked if I'd be willing to help them learn basic signs, just simple stuff, so they don't feel so left out. I don't know what to do. On one hand, I understand their financial stress and Ashley's learning difficulties. I feel terrible that my actions have made Ashley feel inadequate. That was never my intention. On the other hand, limiting when Liam can sign feels like limiting when he can fully communicate. The speech therapist's note concerns me, but I also wonder if Liam is less engaged because he's frustrated that this method isn't working for him after years of trying. My wife thinks the compromise is terrible, and that Liam's ability to communicate shouldn't be restricted to private time at my house. She says making him lip read at family gatherings when he's clearly struggling is prioritizing the parent's feelings over his needs. But my mom called me and said I need to accept the compromise. She said Marcus and Ashley are trying to meet me halfway, and if I refuse, I'm being rigid and prioritizing being right over maintaining family relationships. She pointed out that if I damage my relationship with Marcus and Ashley, I might lose access to Liam entirely. Update: this blew up in a way I didn't expect. I agreed to the compromise for exactly one family gathering, my grandmother's birthday party last weekend. I told myself I'd try it their way and see how it went. It was awful. Liam came running to me when I arrived and started signing excitedly about a dinosaur book he'd been reading. I stopped him and said, out loud while signing, "Let's practice talking with our voices today, okay?" His face fell. He tried to speak to me, but I couldn't understand most of what he was saying. I asked him to repeat himself 3 times, and he got frustrated and walked away. Throughout the party, he kept trying to sign to me, and I kept redirecting him to verbal communication. At one point, he was trying to tell me something important. I could see urgency in his face, but I couldn't understand his speech, and he couldn't read my lips because I was turned slightly away. He started crying from frustration. Ashley rushed over and tried to comfort him, but she couldn't understand what he needed either. He was crying and signing frantically, and neither of us could help him. Finally, I gave in and signed, "What's wrong?" He signed back that he needed the bathroom urgently, but didn't know how to tell anyone. After that, I couldn't keep pretending. I spent the rest of the party signing with him normally. Marcus was visibly angry but didn't say anything in front of everyone. The next day, Marcus called and said I broke our agreement. He said I gave up after one minor challenge and proved I'm not willing to support their parenting approach. He's now saying I can only see Liam supervised and only if I agree not to sign. I told him I can't agree to that. I said watching Liam struggle to communicate basic needs while I'm standing right there able to help him is something I won't do again. Marcus accused me of being self-righteous and said I'm choosing my principles over my relationship with my nephew. Here's where I might really be TA. I told Marcus that maybe they need to reconsider their approach because watching a 5-year-old cry because he can't tell anyone he needs the bathroom isn't working hard for his future. It's failing to meet his present needs. I said their method might work for some deaf children, but it's clearly not working for Liam. Marcus hasn't spoken to me since. Ashley sent me a long text saying I crossed a line by criticizing their parenting, and that I don't understand the full picture of Liam's development. She said the bathroom incident was just one moment, and doesn't represent their entire relationship with their son. My wife says I did the right thing, and that refusing to sign with a deaf child when you're fluent is essentially refusing to communicate with them. My mom says I've burned bridges with my brother over this, and I need to apologize and commit to their rules if I want to see Liam again. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm watching my nephew be isolated and I have the ability to help him, but doing so means going against his parents' explicit wishes. Am I the for refusing to follow their communication rules with Liam, even if it means I might not see him anymore? AITA the for refusing to dismantle my home recording studio, even though my husband says I'm choosing music over our marriage. I, 30-year-old female, am a professional voice actor and audiobook narrator who works from my home studio. I converted our spare bedroom into a professional recording space 4 years ago. Soundproofing, acoustic treatment, professional microphone, mixing equipment, the whole setup. I invested about $12,000 to make it broadcast quality. I record 15 to 25 hours per week from home, producing audiobooks, commercials, video game dialogue, and podcast narration. This is my full-time income, $65,000 per year, not a hobby. My husband Brandon, 32-year-old male, and I got married 8 months ago. We were dating when I built the studio, and he was supportive then. Now he's saying the studio is ruining our marriage, and insists I need to either dismantle it or move my work elsewhere. His complaints. 1. The studio takes up our only spare bedroom, which could be a guest room or future nursery. 2. When I'm recording, he has to be completely silent. No TV, no phone calls, no walking around in certain areas. 3. My recording schedule is irregular, sometimes early morning or late evening to meet client deadlines, which disrupts his sleep. 4. I'm often unavailable for hours at a time when I'm in deep recording sessions. 5. The soundproofing makes the studio feel like a sealed box, and he doesn't like having a room in our house he can't casually enter. I've tried compromises. I post a recording sign on the door. I try to batch my sessions during predictable hours. I text him when I'm starting a session. But he says it's not enough and wants the studio completely removed. Brandon says real professionals rent studio space, and that working from home is me playing at being professional while disrupting our household. He wants me to either rent a studio elsewhere, minimum $800 per month in our area, or transition to a different career. I told him that's absurd. This is my established career, and our home is where I work. He says I'm choosing voice acting over our future family, and if I won't compromise, he's questioning whether we're compatible long-term. My agent says Brandon is being completely unreasonable, and that most voice actors work from home studios. My sister says marriage requires compromise, and maybe I should at least consider the nursery comment. Brandon and I have talked about having kids in the next year or two. Am I the for refusing to dismantle my professional workspace that provides our household income? I need to provide more context about what my recording work actually looks like, because I think Brandon has some valid concerns I initially downplayed. About the soundproofing/isolation. When I'm recording, I need absolute silence. The microphone I use, a Neumann TLM 103, is extremely sensitive and picks up everything. Footsteps in the hallway, the refrigerator running, a car door closing outside, even Brandon breathing heavily if he's nearby. This means when I'm recording, Brandon cannot watch TV or listen to music anywhere in the house. He cannot have phone conversations above a whisper. He cannot use appliances, blender, vacuum, dishwasher, washing machine. He has to walk very carefully and avoid certain creaky floorboards. He essentially has to freeze his activities until I'm done. Recording sessions typically last 2 to 4 hours. During an audiobook project, I might record 4 to 6 hours per day for several days straight. About my schedule. Brandon is right that my recording hours are unpredictable. Because I work with clients across different time zones and industries, my recording schedule varies. Last Tuesday, I recorded from 6 to 8 a.m. before Brandon woke up for a West Coast client. Thursday, I recorded from 9 p.m. midnight for an urgent commercial revision. I often block out afternoons, 1 to 5 p.m., for audiobook recording. Weekend recording happens probably twice a month when deadlines are tight. Brandon works a regular 9 to 5 office job from home. My irregular recording schedule means he never knows when he'll need to be silent. He says he can't relax in his own home because he's always worried he'll make noise during one of my sessions. About the sealed box comment. The studio is genuinely isolated. I have double drywall with green glue sound dampening, acoustic foam panels covering all walls and ceiling, a solid core door with weather stripping, heavy curtains over the window, no ambient noise allowed, no fan, no AC vent. Brandon says walking past that room feels weird because it's this completely sealed-off space in our house. He's also claustrophobic and says being in the studio makes him uncomfortable. It's small, 10 by 10 feet, dark, and heavily padded. He's asked me multiple times to at least take down some of the acoustic treatment to make it feel less cave-like, but I can't do that without ruining the sound quality. About entry restrictions. Brandon is correct that he can't casually enter during recording. The studio door has a lock, and I keep it locked when recording so no one accidentally opens the door mid-session. Brandon has expressed frustration that there's a locked room in our house. He says it feels like I have a secret space he's not allowed in. I've told him he can enter any time I'm not recording, but he says the principle bothers him. It's our house, and he should be able to go into any room at any time. About the nursery. This is the bigger issue. Brandon and I have been talking about trying for a baby in the next 6 to 12 months. Our house is a 2-bedroom, 1 office, plus the studio, converted spare bedroom. If we have a baby would need the 2nd bedroom as a nursery. We can't put a baby in the office, that's Brandon's workspace, which means either the studio has to go or we need to move to a bigger house. Brandon says we can't afford to move right now. Houses in our area are expensive. So the logical solution is converting the studio back to a bedroom/nursery and me finding alternative workspace. About the career comment. When Brandon said I should transition to a different career, he clarified that he means I could still do voice work, but maybe find work that doesn't require a home studio, like in-person commercial work, or joining an agency that provides studio space, or pivoting to a related field like vocal coaching. He says lots of people have careers that don't work well with family life, and they adapt. He gave examples. His friend, who was a touring musician, quit to become a music teacher. His sister, who was a flight attendant, switched to a desk job when she had kids. His cousin, who worked nights as an ER nurse, moved to a 9-to-5 clinic job. Brandon says I need to think about what's practical for our future family, not just what I want to do career-wise. About rental studio cost. I looked into renting studio space. In our area, professional recording studios rent for $60 to $100 per hour. At 15 to 25 hours per week, that's $900 to $2,500 per week, or $3,600 to $10,000 per month. Completely unaffordable. There are some co-working spaces with recording booths for $800 to $1,200 per month, but they're shared spaces with limited availability. I'd have to book time slots in advance and couldn't work flexibly around client needs. Brandon says, if the math doesn't work, maybe that's a sign this career isn't sustainable and I need to reconsider it. My agent was horrified when I told her this. She said, most successful voice actors work from home studios. That's industry standard. Your husband is asking you to dismantle your career. She also pointed out that I'm in the middle of a multi-book contract, 6 audiobooks, already completed 2, that requires consistent recording space and quality. If I can't deliver, I'll breach the contract and damage my professional reputation. But Brandon says my agent has a financial incentive to keep me working. She gets 15% of my earnings, so her opinion is biased. My mom says Brandon has a point about family planning, and that maybe I should consider what's more important, my voice acting career or having children. She says lots of women pause careers to raise families. My dad, who's self-employed, says giving up a home studio is like asking someone to give up their office. It's where the work happens, and Brandon should be more supportive. Brandon's parents are on his side. They've said several times that they think my voice hobby is nice, but shouldn't interfere with starting a family. They don't seem to register that it's my actual career, not a hobby. Am I the asshole? Should I be considering Brandon's family planning perspective more seriously? Or is he asking me to sacrifice my career unreasonably? Edit. I found something that makes this whole situation much worse. Yesterday I came home from a rare in-studio recording session. A video game company had me come to their studio for motion capture with dialogue. Brandon was supposed to be at work but came home early. I went upstairs and found him in my studio with a contractor. They were discussing room conversion options. Brandon had apparently contacted a contractor to get estimates on deconverting my studio back into a regular bedroom, removing the soundproofing, repainting, making it look normal again. I was shocked. I asked what he was doing and he said, getting information. We need to know what it would cost to change this room back. I said, you're planning this without me? He said, I'm exploring options. You won't even discuss dismantling the studio, so I'm finding out what it would take." The contractor looked uncomfortable and excused himself. After he left, Brandon and I had a massive fight. He admitted he's been preparing for months, assuming I'd eventually agree to get rid of the studio. He'd contacted 3 contractors, gotten quotes, $3,000 to $5,000 to remove soundproofing and restore the room, and had even started looking at furniture for a nursery. I said, "We're not even pregnant yet. You're planning to dismantle my career workspace for a hypothetical baby." He said, "It's not hypothetical. We've been trying for 2 months." I froze. "What?" He looked confused. "We've been trying to get pregnant for 2 months. You knew that." I did not know that. I thought we were talking about it and would make an active decision to start trying. Brandon apparently thought we'd already made that decision and stopped using protection 2 months ago. I've been on birth control pills. He thought I'd stopped taking them. I didn't know I was supposed to. This is a massive communication failure. But it also reveals that Brandon has been planning the end of my studio for months, assuming I'd be pregnant soon and would have no choice but to dismantle it. Update. I confronted Brandon about the timing of everything, and now I'm questioning our entire relationship. After the contractor incident, I asked Brandon to sit down and explain exactly when he started having problems with my studio, because when we were dating, he seemed supportive. He admitted something shocking. He never actually liked the studio. Even before we got married, he thought it was excessive and hoped I'd eventually outgrow voice acting or it would run its course as a career. He said he didn't voice his concerns while we were dating because he didn't want to seem unsupportive. But he always assumed that once we got married and started planning a family, I'd naturally transition to something else. I was stunned. I asked, "So you've been waiting for me to quit my career this entire time?" He said, "Not quit, just evolve into something more family compatible." I asked what that meant. He said ideally I'd find a normal job, maybe corporate training or teaching voice lessons or getting a communications job at a company. Something 9 to 5, predictable, that doesn't require a locked room in our house. I said, "But I love what I do. I'm good at it. It pays well. Why would I change careers just because it's not a traditional office job?" He said, "Because we're starting a family. Families need stability and predictability. Your weird hours and demanding silence and locked studio, that's not compatible with having a baby in the house." I asked if he'd been pretending to be okay with my career for our entire relationship. He got defensive and said he wasn't pretending. He just thought I'd naturally want to change things once we hit the family stage of life. Then he said something that really hurt. "Most women I know would happily give up a freelance career to focus on being a mom. I thought you'd be the same." I said, "Did you marry me expecting me to become a different person?" He said, "I married you expecting you to grow up and prioritize what matters." I'm sitting here realizing my husband has fundamentally misunderstood who I am and what I want. He thought my career was a phase. He's been planning its end for months. He's been making unilateral decisions about our reproductive timeline and our home. My best friend said, "He married you thinking he could change you. That's not a partnership. That's a project." I don't know what to do. Do I fight for my studio and my career? Do I consider his perspective on family planning? Or do I acknowledge that maybe we want fundamentally incompatible lives? Am I the ya for this whole situation? Or have I just discovered that my husband and I are incompatible in ways I never realized? Am I the for leaving my girlfriend at home when she wasn't ready on time for my sister's wedding? I, 28-year-old male, am extremely punctual. I arrive everywhere 10 to 15 minutes early, plan my schedule to the minute, and get anxious when running late. My girlfriend, Isabel, 27-year-old female, has a much more relaxed relationship with time. She's often 15 to 30 minutes late to things and doesn't see it as a big deal. Last Saturday was my sister's wedding. The ceremony started at 4 p.m., 45 minutes from our house. I planned to leave at 2:45 p.m. to arrive by 3:30 p.m., giving us buffer time for parking, greeting family, etc. I was dressed and ready at 2:30 p.m. Isabel was still in the shower at 2:45 p.m. I knocked and reminded her we needed to leave. She said, "I know, just give me 15 minutes." At 3 p.m., she was doing her makeup. I was getting very anxious. We'd now miss my target arrival time. I told her we needed to leave immediately. She said, "Relax, we have an hour before the ceremony, we'll be fine." At 3:15 p.m., she was still getting ready. I said, "If you're not in the car in 5 minutes, I'm leaving without you." She laughed and said, "You wouldn't actually leave me." At 3:20 p.m., she still wasn't ready, so I left. I drove to the wedding alone, arrived at 4:05 p.m., 5 minutes after the ceremony started because of traffic, and was incredibly stressed. Isabel called me multiple times during the drive. I didn't answer. She eventually got an Uber and arrived at 5 p.m., missing the entire ceremony. She was furious. My family was confused about why we arrived separately. Isabel barely spoke to me for the rest of the event. She says I humiliated her and was cruel to leave her. I say she had multiple warnings and chose not to prioritize being on time. My friends are split. My mom says I was technically right but practically wrong. Am I the? I should provide more context about my punctuality and our relationship patterns, because there's a lot more to this than just one wedding incident. About my punctuality. I've been this way my entire life. I'm never late to anything. Work meetings, doctor appointments, social events, flights. I build in significant buffer time and arrive early to everything. My daily routine is planned to the minute. Wake up at 6 a.m. Alarm set for 5:58 a.m. to account for 2 minutes of waking up. Shower 6:05 to 6:20 a.m. Breakfast 6:20 to 6:35 a.m. Leave for work at 7:12 a.m. Calculated to arrive at office at 7:40 a.m. for 8 a.m. start. I get genuinely anxious and stressed when things run off schedule. Being late makes me physically uncomfortable, increased heart rate, sweating, irritability. About Isabel's relationship with time. Isabel describes herself as someone who runs on island time. She's from the Caribbean originally. She's late to almost everything. Dinner reservations. We've lost 2 reservations because she wasn't ready when the Uber arrived. Movies. We've missed the first 10-15 minutes of films multiple times. Work. She works remotely, so there are no consequences, but her meetings often start without her. Social events. Friends have joked about telling her events start 30 minutes earlier than they actually do. She doesn't see lateness as disrespectful. She sees it as life happening, and thinks people should be flexible and understanding. Our conflict patterns around time. This isn't the first time we've fought about punctuality. Examples. 3 months ago, we had dinner reservations at a nice restaurant for my birthday. I wanted to leave at 6:30 p.m. for a 7 p.m. reservation. Isabel wasn't ready until 7:10 p.m. By the time we arrived, 7:35 p.m., they'd given away our table. We ended up waiting 45 minutes and eating at 8:20 p.m. I was furious. She said, "They should have held the table a bit longer. This is why I don't like reservations. They're too rigid." 6 months ago, we were meeting my parents for brunch at 11 a.m. I was ready at 10:20 a.m. for the 30-minute drive. Isabel was still choosing an outfit at 10:45 a.m. We arrived at 11:35 a.m. My parents had already ordered and were halfway through their meals. My mom made a comment about not knowing if you were coming. Isabel apologized casually but didn't seem genuinely bothered. Last year we flew to visit Isabel's family for Christmas. The flight was at 7 a.m. I wanted to leave for the airport at 4:30 a.m. for a 5 a.m. arrival, 2 hours before the flight. Isabel thought I was being ridiculous and insisted we could leave at 5:15 a.m. We left at 5:30 a.m. because she wasn't ready. We hit unexpected traffic, arrived at 6:35 a.m., barely made it through security, and ran to the gate as they were closing the doors. I was a wreck. She said, "See, we made it. You worry too much." About the wedding specifically. My sister's wedding was incredibly important to me. I'm close with my sister. I'm in the wedding party. I did a reading during the ceremony, and I'd been involved in planning for months. I told Isabel weeks in advance how important it was that we be on time, actually early. The night before I said, "Please, I'm begging you, be ready on time tomorrow. This is my sister's wedding. It's the most important family event in years." She said, "Of course, I'll be ready. Stop worrying." The morning of, I set out her clothes, did all the breakfast prep, made sure the car was loaded with everything we needed. I removed every obstacle that might slow her down. But she still took her time. When I knocked on the bathroom door at 2:45 p.m., she said, "I'm just getting in the shower now." I said, "What? You knew we needed to leave at 2:45. Why are you just now getting in the shower?" She said, "I was doing stuff. Relax, I'll be quick." But she wasn't quick. She took a full 30-minute shower, including washing her hair, which takes forever to dry and style. Then, full makeup routine. Then decided she didn't like her outfit and changed. When I gave the 5 minutes or I'm leaving warning, she looked at me like I was joking. She said, "You're being dramatic. We have plenty of time." But we didn't. With traffic, we barely would have made it if we'd left at 3:15 p.m. By 3:20 p.m., making it on time was genuinely in question. After I left, Isabel called me 8 times during my drive. I didn't answer because I was already stressed and driving. She left voicemails. First one, "Are you seriously not waiting for me? This is insane." Third one, "You're making me miss your sister's wedding. How am I supposed to get there?" Seventh one, "I can't believe you do this. You're so fucking selfish." She texted our mutual friends asking if anyone could pick her up. No one was available. They were all already at the wedding venue. She eventually ordered an Uber, 35-minute wait plus 45-minute drive due to traffic. She arrived at 5 p.m., having missed the entire ceremony, which ended at 4:40 p.m. At the wedding. When Isabel arrived at the reception, she was clearly upset, red-faced, teary. She found me during cocktail hour and said, "We need to talk. Now." I said, "Not here. Not at my sister's wedding." She said, "You left me. You actually left me at home for your sister's wedding. Do you understand how humiliating this is?" My brother-in-law, the groom, overheard and looked uncomfortable. My mom pulled us aside and asked what was going on. Isabel explained that I'd left without her. My mom looked at me disappointed and said, "That seems extreme." I said, "She had 2 hours to get ready and multiple warnings about the timeline. She chose not to be ready." Isabel said, "I was getting ready. You just have an obsession with being ridiculously early to everything." My mom said, "You're both adults. You should have figured this out before the wedding." For the rest of the reception, Isabel stayed on the opposite side of the room from me. My sister noticed the tension and asked what happened. When I explained, she said, "Oh, well, I'm glad you made it on time at least." But she seemed uncomfortable with the whole situation. The aftermath. We've barely spoken since the wedding, 3 days ago. When we have talked, Isabel has said, "You humiliated me in front of your entire family. You prioritized your schedule over your girlfriend. What you did was controlling and cruel. If being on time is more important than our relationship, maybe we shouldn't be together." I've said, "You had every opportunity to be ready on time and chose not to prioritize it. I gave you multiple warnings and a clear deadline. This was my sister's wedding, one of the most important family events, and you didn't take it seriously. My best friend, who's also very punctual, says I was 100% justified. He says Isabel is disrespectful and needs to learn time management. My sister's maid of honor, who I talked to at the reception, said I went too far and should have just accepted we'd be a few minutes late rather than leave Isabel behind. My dad, who wasn't at the wedding, my parents are divorced, said, "Life is too short to stress about being 15 minutes late to things. You need to relax." Isabel's best friend texted me saying I'm emotionally abusive for leaving Isabel, and that my control issues around time are unhealthy. Am I the asshole? Was leaving her the right move to set a boundary, or did I go too far? Is this a fundamental incompatibility that means we shouldn't be together? Edit. I went back through my texts with Isabel and found something that changes how I see this situation. After posting, I was lying in bed scrolling through our text history, trying to understand how we got here. I found a conversation from 8 months ago that I'd completely forgotten about. Isabel had texted, "I have to tell you something, and I'm worried you'll be mad." Me. "What's up?" Her. "I missed my therapy appointment today. I was supposed to be there at 2 p.m., but I lost track of time working, and when I looked up it was 2:45. I called and they said since I'm a repeat no-show, they're charging me the full session fee." Me. "Again? Didn't you miss one last month too?" Her. "I know. I'm really struggling with time management lately. My therapist actually thinks I might have ADHD. Me. What? Her. We've been talking about it for a while. She gave me a screening questionnaire and I scored really high. She thinks I should see a psychiatrist for an evaluation. Me. Are you going to? Her. I don't know. I'm scared of being on medication, and honestly, I'm scared you'll think I'm making excuses for being late all the time. Me. I don't think you're making excuses. But yeah, the lateness is frustrating. Her. I know. I'm sorry. I'll try harder. I'd completely forgotten this conversation. Looking back through texts after that, I can see she mentioned ADHD a few more times, but I was always dismissive or changed the subject. I never asked if she got evaluated. I never followed up on whether she needed support. I texted her tonight. "Did you ever get evaluated for ADHD?" She responded immediately. "No, you seemed uncomfortable whenever I brought it up, so I dropped it. I figured you thought I was making excuses." Me. Why didn't you push the issue? Her. Because every time I'm late to something, you get so angry and stressed. I thought if I had an ADHD diagnosis, you'd just see it as another excuse for not trying hard enough. Like I was looking for a medical reason to justify disrespecting your time. Update. I talked to Isabel in person, and I feel like the worst person alive. We finally sat down to talk tonight. I asked her directly, "Do you think you have ADHD?" She started crying and said, "Yes, I've thought so for years, but I've been too scared to get diagnosed because I knew it would just become another thing we fight about." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You already think I'm lazy and disrespectful about time. If I came to you with an ADHD diagnosis, you'd either think I was making excuses, or you'd be even less patient with me because you'd think I should just try harder or take medication and fix it." I felt sick. She continued, "Do you know how hard I try to be on time? I set 5 alarms. I write everything down. I prep my clothes the night before. And still, I lose time. I start one task and suddenly 2 hours have passed and I have no idea where they went. I'm not choosing to be late. My brain literally doesn't process time the way yours does." She told me about her experience with time blindness. She genuinely can't estimate how long tasks will take. What feels like 10 minutes is often 45 minutes. She gets hyper-focused on tasks and loses awareness of time passing. Transitions between tasks are extremely difficult. She experiences constant anxiety about being late but can't seem to fix it. She said, "The wedding morning, I woke up at 9 a.m. planning to be ready by 2 p.m. That's 5 hours. In my head, that was more than enough time. But then I started cleaning the bathroom because I noticed it was dirty, and suddenly it was 11 a.m. Then I was making us lunch, and that took longer than expected. Then I was looking for my jewelry and couldn't find it, and that somehow took an hour. By the time I got in the shower, I genuinely thought I still had plenty of time. I wasn't being disrespectful. I was completely wrong about what time it was. I asked, "Why didn't you tell me this before?" She said, "Because you don't want to hear it. Every time I try to explain why I'm late, you cut me off and say I'm making excuses. You don't want explanations, you just want me to be on time. And I can't be. Not consistently. Not without help." Then she said something that broke me. "I've been having panic attacks every time we have somewhere to be. I'm terrified of disappointing you. But no matter how hard I try, I can't make my brain work the way you need it to. And you leaving me at the wedding, it confirmed my worst fear. That you value punctuality more than you value me." I don't know what to say. I thought I was setting reasonable boundaries about respect and time management. But apparently I've been expecting my girlfriend to function with a neurological condition she hasn't even been able to get diagnosed because she's afraid of how I'll react. My sister called me tonight. Isabel must have talked to her. She said, "I had no idea Isabel might have ADHD. That changes everything. You basically punished her for having a disability." Am I the asshole? I think I might be. Not just for the wedding, but for years of making Isabel feel like her struggles with time are a character flaw rather than something she needed support with. I don't know how to fix this, or if I even can. Am I the A for continuing my landscape photography despite my partner saying my early morning shoots are destroying their sleep? I, 31 Unid, am a landscape photographer. I leave the house at 3 to 4 a.m. several times per week to capture sunrise photos at various locations within 1 to 2 hours of our home. This is my passion and side income. I sell prints online and license images to magazines and tourism boards, making about $20,000 per year on top of my day job. My partner, Devin, 29-year-old female, says my early morning departures are destroying their sleep and demanding I either stop landscape photography entirely or limit it to once per month maximum. The issue. Our bedroom alarm goes off at 3 to 3:30 a.m. when I have shoots scheduled, usually 3 to 4 times per week. I get up, get dressed, gather my camera gear, which involves some noise, tripod, camera bag, etc., and leave the house. Devin says even though I try to be quiet, the alarm wakes them up and they can't fall back asleep, leading to chronic sleep deprivation. They work from home as a software developer and say they're constantly exhausted, making mistakes at work, and struggling to focus because of my early morning disruptions. They've asked me repeatedly to stop or drastically reduce the frequency. I've tried compromises, sleeping in the guest room on shoot nights. Devin says they still hear me moving around. Setting a vibrating watch alarm instead of an audible one. Devin is a light sleeper and still wakes up. Preparing all my gear the night before. Still some noise in the morning. Last week, Devin gave an ultimatum. Either reduce to once per month, or they're moving out because they can't live with someone who treats sleep as optional. I love landscape photography. It's my creative outlet and brings me joy. But Devin says I'm prioritizing a hobby over their health. My photography friends say Devin is being controlling. Devin's friends say I'm being selfish and disrespectful. Am I for wanting to continue my photography schedule despite the impact on Devin's sleep? I need to clarify what my photography routine actually looks like, because Devin says I'm underplaying how disruptive it really is. About my schedule. I shoot landscape photography 3 to 5 times per week, depending on weather and season. The best light for landscape photography is the golden hour at sunrise, which means I need to be at my location with my gear set up 30 to 45 minutes before sunrise. In our area, sunrise varies. Summer, around 5:30 a.m., I leave at 4 a.m. Winter, around 7:30 a.m., I leave at 6 a.m. Spring, fall, around 6 to 7 a.m. I leave at 4:30 to 5:30 a.m. But I shoot year-round, and I chase the best conditions, which often means going on weekdays, not just weekends. Last month I had shoots on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, week 1, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, week 2, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, week 3, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, week 4. That's 14 shoots in 1 month. Devin is correct that it's not just 3 to 4 times per week. Some weeks it's 5 times. About the alarm situation. My phone alarm is loud, a sharp beeping sound. It's set to repeat every 5 minutes if I don't turn it off. Devin says the first alarm jolt wakes them with an adrenaline spike that makes it impossible to fall back asleep. I tried setting just a vibrating alarm on my watch, but I genuinely didn't wake up to it twice and missed important shoots. One was a scheduled paid client shoot for a tourism board. So I went back to the phone alarm to ensure I'd wake up. About the noise. Even though I prepare most gear the night before, there's still morning noise. Bathroom routine. Flushing toilet, running water, brushing teeth. Getting dressed, opening drawers and closet. Going downstairs. Our stairs creak. Final gear check. Zippers, Velcro straps, lens caps. Starting my car. Garage door opener is loud. Devin says the cumulative noise means they're awake from the moment my alarm goes off until at least 10 to 15 minutes after I leave. About sleeping separately. I tried sleeping in the guest room on shoot nights, but Devin says they can still hear my alarm through the wall, even with their door closed, me moving around the guest room, me going downstairs, the garage door. Our house is not large, 1,400 square feet, and not particularly soundproof. Sound travels easily. About Devin's sleep patterns. Devin is a genuinely light sleeper with some health issues. History of insomnia, anxiety disorder, managed with medication, highly sensitive to disruptions. Once Devin is awake, they struggle to fall back asleep. They often lie in bed for 1 to 2 hours trying to get back to sleep, which cuts into their actual sleeping time. Their normal sleep schedule is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 8 hours. But on shoot mornings, they wake at 3:30 a.m. when my alarm goes off. They lie awake until around 5 a.m. trying to fall back asleep. They finally drift off around 5 a.m. They wake for work at 7 a.m. Net result? They get maybe 5 hours of fragmented sleep. When this happens 3 to 5 times per week, Devin is chronically sleep deprived. About Devin's work impact. Devin has mentioned several times that their work performance is suffering. They made a coding error last month that took days to fix. They fell asleep during a video meeting. They've been irritable with coworkers. Their manager made a comment about seeming distracted lately. Devin says they're terrified of losing their job because they're too exhausted to function properly. About the income. Devin is right that landscape photography is more side income than career. My day job as an accountant pays $75,000 per year. My photography brings in about $15,000 to $20,000 per year, but it's unpredictable. Some months $3,000, other months $500. Devin says $20K isn't worth destroying their health over. They say, if I want to do photography, I should do it on weekends only, 2 times per week max, or limit it to summer when wake-up times are slightly later. But here's the problem. The best photography conditions don't follow a neat weekend schedule. Dramatic clouds, fog, mist, interesting weather, these happen when they happen. If I only shoot on weekends, I'll miss 80% of the best opportunities. About my love for photography. This isn't just about income, it's my creative passion. I love being out in nature at dawn, capturing light, feeling connected to the landscape. Those early morning hours are when I feel most alive and present. When Devin asks me to give it up, It feels like they're asking me to cut off a part of who I am. But Devin says, you can still do photography, just less frequently. I'm not asking you to give it up completely. I'm asking you to be a considerate partner who doesn't wake me up 4 times a week at 3:30 in the morning. About the ultimatum. Last week, after a particularly bad night, I had shoots Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, meaning Devin had 3 disrupted nights in one work week. Devin said, I can't do this anymore. I'm exhausted all the time. I'm making mistakes at work. I'm anxious about sleeping because I know your alarm is going to wake me up. Either you reduce to once a month, or I'm moving out. I said, once a month? That's not realistic for maintaining a photography practice. Devin said, then maybe your photography practice isn't compatible with living with a partner. The different perspectives. My photography friends say Devin is being controlling, and that lots of people have partners with early schedules. Nurses, bakers, construction workers. And they make it work. They say Devin needs to adapt. Devin's best friend told me I'm being selfish, and that chronic sleep deprivation is a serious health issue. She said, Devin is literally asking you to let them sleep, and you're refusing. What kind of partner does that? My brother, who's married, said, relationships are about compromise. Can't you just shoot on weekends and a few special weekdays? Do you really need to go 4 or 5 times per week? Devin's therapist, Devin mentioned this in our argument, apparently suggested that my photography schedule is creating an incompatible living situation, and Devin should consider whether this relationship works for them. Am I the asshole? Should I be willing to significantly reduce my photography schedule? Or is Devin being unreasonable about adapting to my established routine? Edit. I checked our security camera footage and discovered something that makes me feel terrible. After posting this, I was looking through our home security camera footage. We have a camera in the hallway, trying to see objectively how much noise I make in the mornings. What I discovered shocked me. On nights when I have early shoots, Devin doesn't just wake up when my alarm goes off. They wake up multiple times throughout the night in anticipation of the alarm. Looking at footage from the past 2 weeks, on shoot nights, Devin gets up to check the time 2 to 3 times during the night, around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and right before my alarm. They pace in the hallway. They go to the bathroom, not because they need to, based on how quickly they return. They look anxious and exhausted even before my alarm goes off. I had no idea this was happening. Devin has been so anxious about my early alarm that they're unable to sleep properly even before it goes off. I texted Devin, I watched the security footage. You're not sleeping even before my alarm. Why didn't you tell me it was this bad? Devin responded, because every time I try to talk about how the photography affects me, you get defensive and make it about how much you love photography. I stopped trying to explain because you don't want to hear it. I felt sick reading that. Update. Devin's doctor called me, and I learned something that changes everything. This morning, Devin's doctor called me. Apparently, Devin gave permission for the doctor to contact me because Devin has been too exhausted and emotional to explain this themselves. The doctor said, I don't usually make calls like this, but Devin is in crisis, and I think you need to understand the medical situation. She explained that Devin has been losing weight, their blood pressure is elevated, their anxiety has worsened significantly, and they're showing signs of chronic stress-related health issues, all related to chronic sleep deprivation. The doctor said, chronic sleep deprivation isn't just about being tired. It's associated with serious health risks, cardiovascular disease, immune system suppression, mental health deterioration, cognitive decline. Devin's health is genuinely at risk if this continues. She continued, Devin came to me 2 months ago asking for sleeping pills. I declined because medicating around someone else's schedule isn't a solution. It's a band-aid on a fundamentally incompatible living situation. Devin needs consistent, uninterrupted sleep. That's not optional. It's a medical necessity. Then she said something that really hit me. I've reviewed Devin's sleep logs and therapy notes. Devon isn't sleeping properly 5 nights per week because of your schedule. That's not sustainable. Devon will need to either move out or find another solution, because medically speaking, this situation is harmful. After the call, I sat in my car and cried. I've been so focused on defending my right to pursue photography that I didn't realize I was literally making Devon sick. I called Devon and said, "I'm stopping. No more 3 to 4 a.m. shoots. I'll shoot only on weekends at more reasonable times, and only if you're okay with it." Devon was quiet for a long time, then said, "Do you mean it? Or are you saying this now and you'll resent me for it later?" I said, "I mean it. I watched you pacing the hallway at 1 a.m. because you were anxious about my alarm. I talked to your doctor. I understand now. I'm so sorry." Devon started crying and said, "I've been trying to tell you for months. I felt like I was going crazy because you kept saying I was overreacting." We talked for 2 hours. Devon explained things I'd been too defensive to hear before. The anticipatory anxiety makes shoot nights worse than non-shoot nights. The unpredictability, not knowing which nights I'll have shoots, makes it impossible to mentally prepare. The feeling that I valued photography more than their health made them feel unloved and unsupported. They'd started having panic attacks about bedtime. I asked, "Why didn't you just move out?" Devon said, "Because I love you. I kept hoping you'd realize how serious this was. But you were so defensive every time I brought it up that I started doubting myself. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was being too sensitive. Maybe good partners just deal with disruptions." Reading that back, I see how I've gaslit Devon into questioning their own legitimate health needs. So, I was absolutely the asshole. Not just for the photography schedule, but for being so defensive that Devon couldn't communicate how serious the health impact was. For dismissing their concerns as being controlling, rather than hearing them as desperate pleas for basic health needs. I'm selling my landscape photography gear. Devon protested and said I don't have to do that, but I told them I want to. I can still do photography as a weekend hobby with more reasonable timing, but the pre-dawn schedule is over. Devon's health is more important than my sunrise photos. I should have realized that months ago. If you have a hobby or passion that's affecting your partner's health, please listen to them before it reaches a crisis point. I almost lost Devon because I was too stubborn to hear what they were telling. Am I there for refusing to delete family photos from social media that my brother says make him look bad? I, 28-year-old female, have been the unofficial family photographer for about 5 years. I bring my camera to every gathering, take candid shots, and post albums on Facebook and Instagram to share with extended family. Everyone seems to appreciate it. Aunts and uncles comment, cousins share the photos, and it's become a nice way to document our family memories. Last week, my brother, Owen, 25-year-old male, called me furious. He said he's noticed that over the years, I consistently post unflattering photos of him, mid-bite, awkward expressions, eyes half closed, while I post nice photos of everyone else. He sent me examples. A photo of him with his mouth full at Thanksgiving while everyone else is smiling normally. A Christmas picture where he's caught mid-sneeze while the rest of the family looks great. A birthday shot where he's making a weird face while turning his head while others look perfect. He demanded I delete all unflattering photos of him and be more selective going forward. I told him I post candid moments, not professional portraits, and that everyone has unflattering photos sometimes. He said that's not true. He went through my albums and counted. Out of 200+ photos I've posted over 5 years, he appears in 47 of them, and he claims 38 are unflattering. Meanwhile, I've posted similar numbers of photos of other family members, but most of theirs are flattering. I honestly never noticed I was doing this. I just post what I think captures the moment. But Owen says I'm either doing it deliberately to embarrass him, or I subconsciously choose the worst photos of him because we've had tension since childhood. He's now refusing to attend family events if I'm bringing my camera, which is upsetting our parents. They're asking me to just delete the photos he doesn't like to keep peace. Am I there for refusing? I want to add some context because people are asking questions. Owen and I have had a complicated relationship. Growing up, he was the golden child. Athletic, popular, got better grades. I was the artsy, awkward one. Our parents definitely favored him, which caused resentment on my part. I've been in therapy for this and thought I'd moved past it. But looking back honestly at the photos he flagged, he's right. They're objectively unflattering, caught at bad moments, from bad angles, with bad expressions. When I compare them to photos of my sister, my cousins, or other relatives, I do seem to have captured them at better moments. I went through my deleted folder in my photo app, where I move photos I don't plan to post, and I found probably 20 to 30 nice photos of Owen that I never shared, smiling normally, looking good, in flattering lighting. I posted photos from the same events, but I chose the awkward ones of him and the nice ones of others. I'm horrified. I genuinely didn't think I was doing this intentionally, but the evidence is pretty damning. Either I have some subconscious bias against him, or on some level, I wanted to embarrass him. Neither option makes me feel good about myself. But here's where I'm conflicted. I still don't think I should have to delete years of family albums because he doesn't like how he looks in some photos. These are my creative work, my documentation of family history. I own the copyright to these images. Just because he's in them doesn't mean he gets to control whether they're shared, right? My sister says I'm being an asshole, and the evidence clearly shows I've been treating Owen unfairly. My best friend, who's a photographer, says once you post someone's photo publicly, basic courtesy means respecting their wishes if they want it taken down, especially if they're family. My mom says I should just delete them to keep peace and be more careful going forward. But my dad, who's also always favored Owen, says Owen is being vain and oversensitive, and that I shouldn't have to censor my artistic documentation because he doesn't like every photo. Part of me agrees. Not every photo is going to be flattering, and that's life. People are photographed at awkward moments sometimes. However, I went through and checked. My sister appears in 52 photos, and maybe 5 are even slightly unflattering. My cousin Jamie appears in 38 photos, maybe 3 unflattering. So it does seem like Owen is disproportionately captured at bad moments compared to everyone else. Owen sent me a long message saying this has affected his self-esteem. He says he dreads family gatherings now knowing I'll post embarrassing photos of him. He's even avoided some events specifically because of my camera. He says our relationship has always been strained, and this feels like another way I put him down. That hurt to read. So, AITA. Should I delete the photos and apologize, or stand my ground that these are candid family memories and he's being oversensitive? Edit. I did something I'm not proud of, and it's made this situation more complicated. After reading comments, I decided to really examine whether I did this on purpose. I went through old text conversations with my sister from around the time I posted some of these photos. I found messages where I literally said things like, "Found a hilarious photo of Owen looking stupid, definitely posting this one," and "Owen looks like an idiot in this shot, LOL." I also found a conversation where my sister asked why I was posting such an unflattering Christmas photo of Owen, and I said, "Because it's funny, and he deserves it for being such a golden child growing up." I'm mortified. I was doing this deliberately, at least some of the time, and based on the dates, this was during periods when Owen and I were getting along fine at family gatherings. I was being cruel behind his back while acting friendly to his face. I called Owen and came clean. I admitted I found evidence I was doing this intentionally, at least partially, and I apologized. I told him I'd delete any photos he wants deleted, and I understand if he doesn't trust me with a camera anymore. He was quiet for a while, then said, "I knew it. I knew you were doing it on purpose. Everyone told me I was paranoid." He sounded really hurt. He hung up and hasn't answered my calls since. Now my sister is angry at me for admitting it, because it's made the family situation worse. She says I should have just quietly deleted the photos and moved forward without confirming Owen's suspicions. My mom is disappointed in me and says she didn't raise me to be petty and cruel. My dad still thinks Owen is overreacting, which somehow makes me feel worse, like he's defending me when I don't deserve it. I've deleted all the photos Owen identified as unflattering, plus about 20 more that I realize now were deliberately chosen to make him look bad. I've also private messaged family members who shared those photos, asking them to delete them too. But the damage is done. Owen posted on his own social media, not naming me directly, but obvious to anyone who knows us, about how family members can betray you in small ways over years, and how social media has made bullying easier. Several relatives commented with support, and I think they know it's about me. I'm supposed to photograph my cousin's wedding next month. Owen is in the wedding party. I've offered to step down as photographer, but my cousin says that's not necessary. She trusts me to be professional. Owen hasn't said whether he'll still attend if I'm there with a camera. I'm in therapy now, specifically addressing why I did this. My therapist thinks it stems from childhood resentment and jealousy that I never properly processed. She says deliberately embarrassing Owen was a way of evening the score for the favoritism I experienced. But obviously that doesn't make it okay. So, updated question. Amaithia, not just for refusing to delete the photos initially, but for the years of deliberately choosing unflattering photos to post. And WIBTA if I still attend the wedding as photographer despite Owen's discomfort. I know the answer is probably yes. I'm TA. I'm just struggling with how to make this right when the trust is so thoroughly broken.